and vertical. And having said that, I'll go ahead and start the live in three, two, one. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Obviously, a huge news day. Three different, a tale of three different topics. Certainly, three different topics are going on. I'm certain that you folks are aware of all three. Of all three. So let me make sure I got my Wi-Fi going here and my earpieces off. So three different fairly large topics that we've been waiting. Well, two large topics, and one has been developing over the last few weeks. So we're going to get right into it. We're going to start out with the fact that Trump, after 91 being cut down to, I believe, 88 indictments, and out of the 88 indictments, 34 turning into actual felony convictions, he ends up with a big goose egg in terms of punishments. So 88 indictments, 34 felonies come out of that, and he gets zero punishment. So I'm going to start out right off by asking you folks, is President Trump untouchable? Is he indeed untouchable? That's, I got to say, it certainly looks like that, but I want to hear from you folks. How did he get so powerful? Like I said before we went into the live, 34 actual convictions at a felonious level, 34 actual felonies, and zero punishment has got to be a record. Has got to be a record. I don't think I've ever. Listen, we got folks like, because they call him Teflon Don. That was named after, I believe, Don Corleone, or one of the mob bosses. I believe Al Capone was known for escaping charges for quite a while. But 34 convictions and no felonies. Who else has ever done that before? So that is going to be the first topic, is how did he get so powerful? Regardless if you believe he's great for the government or you don't like the guy, we can talk about all of that. But there's no taking away from the fact that the guy had 34 felonies and he beat them all. I mean, well, he had 34 felonies. He didn't beat the felonies, but he walked away essentially scot-free. So we're going to certainly talk about the fact that it appears that Trump is indeed untouchable. That's just topic number one. Obviously, we got three topics. Number two is the fact that TikTok is currently being discussed by the SCOTUS, Supreme Court of the United States, whether or not they want to ban it. I want to ask you folks, simple question on this one. Do you believe that this platform we're on now, I'm not talking to my YouTube audience certainly can answer the question as well, but do you folks believe that TikTok, do you believe that this platform is a threat to national security? That is indeed why they're talking about taking it down. Do you believe this social media page is a threat to national security? If so, how? If so, who does it give the advantage to? I'm assuming that would be China. We'll talk about it, but do you believe this app is a threat to national security? So that is our second topic. Normally we only go with two, but today's a busy news day, so we also have a third topic, a trio of sorts. And by the way, I'm going to ask that you folks tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 10,000 while we got a few folks in here. You know how the program works. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are MAGA friendly, been that way since day one. So regardless of your political affiliation, doesn't matter. You can be critical of anyone in the comment section, up to and including the host. That's how free speech works. We do not talk down to guests. So whatever your opinion is, it is yours, and you'll be free to state it here without any concern of the host or anyone else trying to dictate how you should think or speak. That's how free speech works. You may not get that on a lot of platforms, but damn it, you'll always get it here. Last but not least, the awful events taking place in Southern Cal right now. We're talking about the California wildfires. Lots of folks losing everything they own. And there is a hell of a lot of blame being thrown around. You got President Trump going after both the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. I think he's calling them new scum. Once again, got to give Trump a shout out. The nicknames are incredibly creative. That will stick. Gavin New Scum. That absolutely will stick. I kind of wonder, does he have a comedian or something on standby? because his nicknames are pretty good, regardless of how I may feel about using awful nicknames from the White House, which I vehemently disagree with. I will give the man credit. He does come up with some good ones. Newscomb will follow Gavin Newsom around for the rest of his political career. I can guarantee you that. But I'm asking this question. With Trump and many on the right blaming all of the left for the wildfires, lack of preparation, and things like that, do you believe simply if California had simply elected Republican politicians, do you believe this would not have happened? Because that is indeed what the right is leaving folks to believe, that the only reason this stuff is happening, the only reason why people are losing their homes and their property and everything they own is because they have a liberal administration. So I'm asking that as a third topic. Do you believe a right-wing government in California would have prevented all of this from happening? And of course, is it too soon to be playing a blame game? Now, you know, at any mass shooting, any mass casualty event, what do we always hear when the liberals start talking about gun laws and limiting gun access? It's too soon. The parents are still mourning the loss of their child. It's too soon to be doing this. They're still finding bodies in Southern Cal. And you got the president on down on the right blaming any and everyone. Is it indeed too soon to be playing the blame game? That's what I'm asking. I want to make sure I got my sub-only chat. That's what was on. I didn't realize the sub-only chat was on. Turn that feature off. But do you believe it is too soon to be playing the blame game? Because there, like I said, there's a hell of a lot of blame coming from the Republican side of the aisle. And at the end of the day, we have to ask the obvious question: what good does it do right now? If you want to blame the mayor who was happened to be in Ghana on some type of international trip when this was breaking out, you want to blame Gavin Newsom for whatever the hell's coming up. Right now, while the fires are still ongoing and there's all sorts of human remains yet to be recovered, how does the blaming of these politicians help? I'm going to ask all of that. So looking in the comments, real quick, and by the way, tap the screen. I was certainly asking that you guys do to try to get us up to about 10,000. It helps out the algorithm. What do we always say? It brings in more MAGA, no doubt. But tap the screen on TikTok. Smash that like button on YouTube, horizontal, YouTube vertical as well. Get your boy likes up. You know how we run the program. So yes, he should be supporting everyone who lost their homes and lives, says JoJo. Well, when you say yes, he should be supporting, who are you saying that? I guess you mean Trump? Who should he should be support? I don't know if supporting, I don't know if he's showing lack of support, but I'm asking, do you believe that what's happening in California would not have happened if that state in those cities, because it's, Pacific Palisades, Santa Monica, all of these different cities, do you believe if they had elected Republican politicians, this would not be happening? Because Trump is blaming it on the Democratic governor, the Democratic mayors, and Democratic policies in general. So if you put in a bunch of Republicans, with the wildfires in Southern Cal simply no longer happen. Those are our topics going straight to the box. Real quick in the comments, I think democracy level in politics today has went completely out the window. Damn. And also that it is really bad that it has gotten to that level. Also, it could not be said anymore. I cannot imagine. I think the name is, when you say the democracy level in politics, I'd have to get you to elaborate on that. But certainly the professionalism, the political speak, it's gone out the window. People are saying whatever the hell they want to say, whether it's true or not, whether it is, tacky or inappropriate or not. People are just speaking their mind. They don't, literally at the political level, it's became an I don't give a fuck what I say environment. It really does appear to be that way. A lot of folks are saying they favor that. So we'll talk about it. Going to the box, we'll go straight to one of my subscribers, Michael. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Not much at all. The wildfires in California, you think the Republicans could have prevented that?
No, Tim. I know I have to answer the question you're asking me.
I mean, that's what I'm
But
hearing. I'm hearing that it's only because they elected a Democratic governor, Democratic mayors, and Democratic policy. So I assume if you went the opposite way, it shouldn't be happening.
then that would depend on what type of kush you smoking in the moment to believe that bullshit. Because we have to stop. Well, and again, we keep talking about it over and over again. The behavior is not going to stop because, see, when you have an audience that applauds it, then why would you stop doing it?
What do you mean by an audience that applauds what? An audience that applauds what?
When you have a MAGA audience that applauds everything Trump does, good, bad, or indifference, he's never going to stop doing it because he has the audience that will regurgitate those things.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it is what it is. Yesterday, I was listening to and which I'm going to ask you this question because I really, this is an honest, I don't care how it comes out, but this is an honest God question I have for you, Tim.
Okay.
I'll see you pop up on a live and it's not your live. And I'm like, okay, let me go in a room I would never be in because it would never pop up for me. And I see you in there. And I see you trying to make sense of this extreme.
Before you finish that statement, let me let other folks know. If you don't have the notifications, if you follow me and you favor this kind of dialogue, turn your notifications on because that's what's happening is he is getting notified when I'm online and even when I'm in other places. And I tend to go to MAGA and Republican forums. You don't find me in a lot of Democratic forums. I like a little bit of opposition. I like to be educated from that side. So what he is saying is he often finds me in hostile environments that are MAGA oriented. Continue.
And well, yeah, MAGA hostile is to put it lightly because I was on the live with you when you literally played audio of Trump saying the thing that everybody was attacking you, and a couple of them people was racist. I'm not even saying pretty racist; they were just flat out racist, right? Right? They talked about the monkey sounds and all. I'm just listen, you don't have to say it out.
I got called a monkey. I get called monkeys and N-words. So, yeah, I got called them, and that's but go ahead. I got more to say, but go ahead.
So my question now, mind you, I'm listening. I'm watching them say that didn't happen. You play the audio. They say that didn't happen. You're wrong. You played it again. You took it out of context. You played it again. And so so I'm saying that. So back to no matter what comes out of Trump's mouth, they don't care, Tim.
Yeah.
They don't care. They just believe this is the cult behavior we talk about. They don't care. So no Republican. The only way a Republican administration would have done anything different is if they would have asked for something, and Trump, when he was president, he would have given it to them only because they were Republicans, just how he tried to not give federal aid.
But I want to tackle something you said in regards to those simple words. They don't care. Why do you think that is? If you're saying that they're saying awful things and all that, why do you think that folks simply do not care what Trump says? Is he perhaps that valuable as a world leader? Why is he getting a pass that you're talking about? Why do you believe he's getting a pass like that?
He's not valuable as a world leader because you can see how the world leaders right now are responding to him. Canada, Mexico, Greenland. People aren't responding to him in kind as if they respect his
I don't know. I got to push back. Okay. Both Canada and Mexico, world leaders, the Claudine, whatever her name is down there in Mexico, Justin Trudeau has resigned. Many folks believe that's because of the issues that Trump is threatening, the tariffs and all of that. And they're both Canada and Mexico are talking about putting up money, forking up money to secure their border and all of this that Trump asked for. And so when you say they're not responding, they're grumpy about it, but they are doing stuff.
No, I didn't say responding. I said respecting.
Oh, different. But I don't think nobody gives a damn about respect. Just do what we need. I don't think they care about that.
Right, because both of those countries also said if he wants to go there with tariffs, we will apply tariffs as well, right?
Yeah.
So but here's my thing. You asked me the question. Here's my position on it. Either, I've said this before, either you're racist, you're a racist sympathizer, or you're part of this cult personality. Because it doesn't make sense, Tim, for you to show somebody facts that should be something that they can just digest and go, I stand corrected. Yeah, that behavior is wrong, no matter who it is.
Yeah.
But they will dismiss it for him. And the only time I've ever seen this before in history is when you have that mentality of a cult of personality, dictators where they don't have a choice. But there's a lot of racism involved here, Tim.
Yeah,
there's a lot of racism involved, and I watch you deal with it in these lives.
Yeah,
I
don't like to throw around. I don't like to willy nilly throw around the racism. I usually soften it up by saying I think you have a low opinion of black people.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing, Tim. Here's the thing. I heard a lady on a live about a week or two ago. She said, "I'm sorry," but she said, "I love Trump more than I love my children, and I love my children."
Why would you think? What would lead somebody? Now I didn't hear that, but I'm gonna ask you the same thing I would have asked that woman. What would lead someone to say that? Which once again, what is it about Trump? Maybe in terms of how he's governing, has he done something that is so great that would put you above your own offspring? I mean, what do you think would lead somebody to say that?
Listen, the only rebuttal I have, I don't know. The only rebuttal I have to that is I heard that same kind of rhetoric with David Koresh, Jim Jones. You just have to just.
But when it comes to David Koresh and Jim Jones, it was these folks believed in religion. They were very religious. They believed that these guys had a direct link to the deity or whatever. What is it about Trump? If you're suggesting that Trump supporters are in a cult or some sort, now Trump is openly stating he's not Christian, so it can't be religious. What do you believe? If you're saying that they're in a cult, what is making them become so devoted to Trump? Why would they do that?
Like I said, there's a lot of Christian nationalists, right? We talked about that. A lot of now, you just said that he has said he's not a Christian, but you can't talk to a Trump supporter that will believe what you just said.
It's on video.
I know.
It's on video.
Okay, so ask Gen X, ask Twisted, ask Julio when they come up here, because I've heard you ask them this question. They believe that he's a Christian. I've heard you ask them this question. They believe that he's a Christian because he ran on it, quote unquote, ran on it, right?
So what is he? Right? What is he, a Christian, but he's lying and telling people otherwise for some reason?
Well, he's a liar at his core, first of all. Let's just call it what it is. If they can never admit, and again, if Gen X is listening and DJ Julio, because they were on that live too. They were on the same live and they got on the panel with you. And me and Gen X were going back and forth in the comments because he said you were being disingenuous about your position on something.
Yeah, he didn't like the fact that I stated that if Hunter Biden was my son, based on what he's been charged and convicted of, I would have pardoned him too. And he told me that that showed that I was not I guess I wasn't. I didn't have the moral high ground or something. I'm like everybody. Right, I think, in my opinion.
Right, but you've had that position on your live every time that comes up. You keep the same position. But Gen X changed stripes when he was in front of his audience on that live and said you were being disingenuous. And that's what I'm talking about. Listen, I call it what it is. You see, everybody talks Democrat, Republican, left and right. We just have to get back to a certain level of morals and integrity. So you don't have morals, was what Gen X was saying. If you wanted to let your son off to these damn wolves, leave your son to these wolves in this situation, but we can excuse everything that Trump has ever said or did, and then they make it seem as a joke.
Well, let me make it clear to my audience now, because there are allegations on the Hunter Biden laptop that he abused children and all. I'm not saying if my offspring abused a child sexually, that's different. You need to pay for that shit. You need to suffer. But what Hunter Biden was convicted of is lying on a gun application and not doing his taxes, and then later paying the money back plus interest. Those are the two things he actually got convicted on. He didn't get convicted on none of the laptop shit. So what I'm saying is that if I was president and my child got convicted on those two things, one being a financial crime, as a politician, we all are here in Washington trying to get paid. They all are doing it, whether it's insider trading, whether it's trying to ride Elon Musk's coattails. They are all there to. I'm not gonna let my son go to up to a 17-year prison sentence he's facing for that stuff. I think MAGA may just simply dislike Biden and Hunter so much that they'll pretend like they would have not pardoned their kid under the same circumstances. I know Trump would have pardoned his kid under that circumstance. So the idea that that's wrong, damn it, call me wrong. Continue.
Well, and again, but here's the thing: when you talk about the power of Trump and this movement, and the fact that they can say that, the fact that Gen X can take that position with you about that thing, when you said what you just said dozens of times on your own live,
Yeah.
right? So for you to mention it on someone else's live and somebody that listens to you often, else I wouldn't know who Gen X was because I've only met him on your platform.
Yeah.
So if I know that, he knows that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I told Julio that. I told him, I said, I'm surprised you're acting this way because, like you said, I said we did lives before Biden pardoned his son. I made it clear I didn't think he was telling the truth when he said he wasn't going to pardon his son. I said on the live, he's lying. Nobody's going to leave their kid in the hands of their greatest adversary to hope that they treat him right. So that was the first. And then when he pardoned him, yeah, I made it clear I would have pardoned my kid too. But I never believed Biden was going to not pardon his son. I knew he was lying when he said that. Just like many folks told me when Trump promised that he's going to give police immunity from prosecution in liberal cities. He's not going to do that. So you can pick out and know when somebody's making a promise that they're not going to meet. And I knew Biden was lying when he said that.
Well, and to that point, and the reason I'm staying here is because this is the part when you ask the questions, and when I come on your live or lives, and I've been called racist, I've been called all those things too, and I don't really care about what they think about me because they're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm listening to people take a different position with you that they don't take with you on your own live. But here's why that's so important. Because they're talking to an audience that may not know you to the degree that they know you. Yeah. So they could have done two things. They could have got on there when they were requested up and got up there. They could have pushed back and said, "Now hold on, you guys. You can say whatever you want, but Tim, that's not his position because I've talked to him about this time and time again."
I don't expect MAGA to defend you no matter how friendly we are.
No. Hold on, man. This is what I'm talking about. And this is where it's not even funny. Then what's the point of having dialogue with somebody? That's the same reason I said never get in a car with them motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? We said it when I was laughing, but they'll say things differently on your live, but get into their comfort and say something completely different, and they talk to you every day. Mm-hmm. So when we talk about facts, when we talk about these things, and we're really trying to have a dialogue about what's right and what's wrong, not about who's right or who's wrong, but just the right thing, and they can't even come to center and agree on that, then where do you go from there on that conversation? Where do you go when there's a what about, when they're talking about things about Hunter Biden that were never on the table? They're talking about speculation. He wasn't convicted about anything that we know about. We're only talking about what happened.
Yeah.
Like when Trump got sentenced today, they will say, well, he didn't get any jail time. He's still a convicted felon.
Yeah.
He's still a convicted felon.
And that will go down in history as a first. I got to move it on, Mike.
No, let me say this
real quick
on that topic. And before people try to dismiss it, read the comments from the judges and from the Supreme Court that when they voted 5-4, they stated there was nothing that had been presented that would have changed the outcome, even if they gave him the presidential immunity that he was seeking. There was far enough evidence to convict him of those felonies without that information.
And I did hear that. I did hear that.
Okay, so you did hear that, right?
Yep.
So when somebody comes up to try to dismiss it as it's a witch hunt, like rich white men in this country have been hunted for no fucking reason, is insane. It's never happened. It's never happened. Typically, when rich white men get convicted of something, the bottom is falling out to where there's nowhere else to hide.
Damn. All right, Mike. And I got something to add to that, but I appreciate you coming on. Thank you. All right. And yeah, just what he is talking about, where they pretty much made it clear, yes, this dude is guilty, but the only reason we got to let him go is because he was voted president. Um, I we've had a lot of conversations about the alleged Russian collusion delusion. The investigation from that is similar to that, where Mueller, who looked into Trump whether he was colluding with Russia. Now, remember, it was supposed to be a collusion delusion. Hillary Clinton and the Democrats made it all up. Well, Mueller headed the investigation, and he did not exonerate Trump on that. He stated that I can't, I don't have enough to convict him, but I don't have enough to prove he's innocent either. So MAGA has kind of, just like with this whole thing here, MAGA counts that as a win. It shows there was nothing on him. No, they're admitting, like what my last caller said in their paperwork, that him being voted in as president is the only thing that's saving the day. And we have to honor I don't want to say mandate, but we have to honor the fact that he's president. But they did, as he's saying, my last caller stated before I move on, they did pretty much say that if it wasn't for him becoming president, he would have to answer for this. But because he's president, it's left us no other choice but to move on. I mean, and that's what Mueller kind of said as well. I cannot convict him, but I can also not exonerate him. And he said, I would, if I could prove that he didn't do it, I will let you know. That's what Mueller said. So that's one of the topics we're asking about is how did he get so powerful? How did he become untouchable? He went from 91 indictments down to 88 indictments, down to only 34 felony convictions. I hesitate to use the word only, but only 34 felony convictions to zero, an actual goose egg, zero punishments. As I stated in the beginning of the live, that has got to be a record. Hell, that might be a record worldwide. You got 34 felony convictions, and you get zero punishment. We're not talking about a slap on the wrist. We're talking about zero. You can feel a slap on the wrist. He got zero. So we'll certainly talk about that. How did he do that? Also, before I move on, the other two topics being, would California have not suffered those fires if they had Republicans in office? We're talking about that as well. And of course, whether TikTok is a threat to national security, which is what the SCOTUS is looking into. Continuing on with the program, starting out, Will says Trump ain't shit. That is always his signature. Open says, even if this is a light smack on the hand, no, it's not even a light smack on the hand, Will. But you says even if this is a light smack on the hand, it is the proper title to bestow upon such a petty orange man. A great birthday present for me. Well, I don't even see it as a light slap on the hand because I do feel still, any of you folks that may be celebrating that Trump is officially listed as a felon, do not get comfortable. The safety of the federal Supreme Court still exists. There is a possibility that they may one day get the opportunity to overturn even the convictions. Do not feel like this is over with yet. He wants, for legacy's sake, to have all of that removed. So don't get into the feeling that it may not happen. Will G also says, just because he says he is not Christian doesn't mean he does not worship a deity, usually going the opposite way. Damn. Are there such religions? Are you saying that Trump is a devil worshiper? Jesus, Will. Real quick before we move on, the funny thing about Trump's sentencing is Trump will not let this go. 100% agree with that, as we just stated. He will bug the courts to overturn, and he will hire and fire people he needs to until he get what he wants. I feel that's spot on. I actually do feel that there is a real good chance that Trump will be able to play musical chairs with the justice system and possibly get those felony convictions overturned, even though they come with no punishment at all. I do feel that's possible. We'll see, but I will say this also before I go to the next caller. To me, that dirties his record up even more. If Trump gets those felony convictions overturned by way of people he personally appointed, you don't think they're gonna put that in his jacket in terms of history also? A huge asterisk by his name. Anybody try to say, well, he had felonies, and then all of a sudden the liberals were doing it, and he really was innocent. You don't think it's gonna be a counterpoint where everybody who overturned him are people he appointed? I think at this point you got the office, you got the Senate, you got the House, you got the SCOTUS. I would say you got zero punishments. just leave that shit behind. But if you try to overturn it, which he will continue to do, as Will rightfully points out, you just dragging more of that around. People will know that the only reason that happened is because you hired people that did it. I mean, I don't think that's even up for debate. That you're going to put in people that are favorable to you and overturn that. That's going to follow the fact that you were once convicted. It is a slap on the hand because Trump is literally dying inside with a title of felon. I'll give you the win on that. I'll give you the win on that. He is feeling it from that aspect. Grumpy, good evening. Welcome to the program, Grumpy. What do you think? Do you see what happened to Trump today as a slap on the hand or a victory for the other side in any way, Grumpy?
Well, first of all, he's lucky I wasn't the judge, because if I was the judge, after all the bullshit that Trump has pulled, I would have given him prison time. Even if I would have said, okay, you don't have to serve your time until after you're out of office. But until you're inaugurated, you're gonna sit your ass in jail. That's what I would have done.
So you would have given him basically a delayed sentence. So after he completes his office time, he has to report to jail after being president?
Yep. All right, now, as far as the California fires, all right.
Hold on, before you continue, I want to respond. We'll let you get into the California fires. And Paul Salso on YouTube says deport this caller. So he wants me to deport you. But I will say this. Trump has 4 years. Even if you had gave him that type of a sentence, he would have got that overturned. I mean, there's not going to be prison time waiting for that guy in 4 years. He would have got that overturned. What's your opinion on California?
All right, first of
You're breaking up. I may have to. I don't want to drop you. I'll give you a minute. Your signal's breaking up something awful there, Grumpy. But I don't think that Trump would have. I think he would have easily beaten that. If you get Trump some prison time, like I said, as long as he has the Supreme Court out there, Dencal, appreciate it. Shout out. Thank you for the support, Dencal. Thank you. Happy Friday, happy weekend, all you folks. Thank you, Dencal, for that support. As long as the Supreme Court is as far to the right as it is right now, and to me, Alito and Clarence Thomas are almost like having 2 Republican judges each because they are so far to the right. I don't think you're going to see anything coming from Clarence Thomas that goes against Trump. I mean, Clarence Thomas is essentially like having Vivek Ramaswamy or Ted Cruz or somebody or Jeanine Pirro of Fox News or somebody as a Supreme. You're not going to get any ruling against Trump from Clarence Thomas. And you probably, I'd say 90% of the time, Alito's going to ride with Trump as well. So those 2 justices are almost like 4 in my opinion. But he didn't get any time, so we don't have to. We won't be seeing this. But my guess is he would, even if it had gave him time, like my last caller was saying. I don't think it would have culminated. Continuing on, my last caller drop. We'll go to Dencal. Good evening. Welcome to the program. Do you think TikTok will get banned? No, and I'm pretty sure. Hang on a second, Dencal. Not only do I think the app will survive, I'm pretty sure that Judge Alito, in my humble opinion, this is where you guys get to correct me or tell me I'm full of shit if you believe me. If you don't, but I believe that Judge Alito just fabricated, made up a total lie when he stated that him and Trump talking the day before was not about any of this stuff. I don't buy that. I don't buy that Trump is talking to one of the Supreme Court members and none of these prominent cases are going to come up. That's bullshit. I don't buy that. I think Judge Alito just told a lie. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
So
yeah, you kind of took one of my points about that SCOTUS phone call.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We remember when the head of DOJ got on a plane with Bill Clinton, and they swore up and down, and he said, "Yeah, we were just talking about the kids, you know." We did not mention my wife.
Right.
We were talking about the kids, man. Now this dude is talking to it's crazy, man.
I can't believe they let that conversation be known.
They're going to make a rulings this big. They
Yeah.
ruled on the case with Trump. He probably told Trump, look, I'm gonna let them go ahead with the scheduling of the sentencing.
Yeah, thank you, alter ego. My guess is he probably told Trump, "Don't worry, me and Clarence Thomas, you kind of already know where we stand on this." I think it's something to that effect. But they pretty much probably assured Trump that the things he was wanting were likely to come true.
Right, and that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, he had these two very important things to consider. He probably told him, "Look, I'm gonna give you the win on TikTok, but I'm gonna have to let them go ahead with the sentencing because you ain't gonna get nothing. You ain't gonna get no time or nothing. So I can't just look like I'm giving you everything. So I'm gonna have to let the sentencing part go through. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
take the hit. He ain't gonna give you no time. He ain't gonna give you nothing. Then I could come through. But if I give you both of these, it's gonna look really bad."
Right. Well, and what they'll do is they'll space out the overturning of the sentencing. I mean, because there's no punishment to it. It's kind of like with the Hunter Biden thing. I'm sure President Biden told his son, "I don't have to pardon you right away. Give it time. You're not going to be in jail or anything. I'll do it down the line." And that's probably, you're right. That's probably what Alito assured Trump of. You got us. Even if you replace me and Thomas, you're only going to get people that are stronger on your side. Just right now, to make it not look like we're just piling on in your favor. Just hang out. We got you. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that.
Yeah, just like the judge down in Florida is chiming in on stuff that's beyond her jurisdiction.
Yeah.
She telling Jack Smith what he can and cannot do, and she's a damn, she's a court down there in Florida, but she's telling a special counsel what you can and cannot do. She is totally out of her jurisdiction. But all it meant to do was to delay.
So then I'm going to ask you. Then I'm going to ask you what the main topic of the show is. How did he get so powerful? I mean, what is he offering America for so many people to focus on keeping him in power so much? I'm not saying he's guilty of every damn thing, but it does appear that there are some folks who would not convict him of anything. There is a reason why he himself said he could take somebody out in the middle of Fifth Avenue. For him to say that makes it clear he kind of felt it. What is it about him that is making him, get so much devotion and adoration?
Well, you already kind of know what I think, and when I say it becomes controversial and people take offense to it. But I mean, I think that's really more of a question for your MAGA people. They are the ones who need to answer that question.
Well, they deny it though. They deny it. Most MAGA will tell you if he does something wrong, they would hold him accountable.
I mean, well, we have all of the evidence in front of us. Like once again, to new people who are just now listening, I can let you listen to an audio recording of Trump saying that he took top secret documents, some of the nuclear variety, and he could have declassified them when he was president, but he didn't.
Yeah.
I can let them listen to it. And if they come back and say anything other than "you got me," we know, you know what I'm saying? We kind of know where their allegiance lies. And it's got nothing to do with whether we being, truthful or not. They just automatically go on the offensive. Automatically. There's no way to explain why people go against their own interests. I mean, we talking about poor people who are okay with the president being a billionaire, surrounding himself with other billionaires, and they all fighting for their own interests that don't have nothing to do with poor people, and they running around right now talking about they won.
But they do believe that Trump is fighting on their best interests, whether it's LGBT issues or securing the border. They do believe Trump is fighting on their best interests. They believe the liberals are the reason the country's so screwed up.
Right, but believing and knowing is two different things. I can believe anything I want. But if people put information in front of me that shows me, just think about this. When they asked him about his connection with Project 2025, he said out of his own mouth, "I heard about it. I don't know nothing about it. I haven't read it, and I won't read it."
Yeah. And they believe that.
I believe he won't read it either. But the problem is, how can he be a leader for all Americans if he's saying he's not going to read this document that perfectly splits the country in half?
Well, he believes the document is just a far right fantasy or something like that. And he's like, as long as I'm not going to do it, there's no need to read, to look into it or read. My opinion is this: even if you don't want to read a 900-page document, you got assistants you trust. You can tell one of them, this is your job for the weekend. Read this shit and come back to me and summarize it. And that would be it. The idea that he won't even actually find out what it's about, that's not believable. My guess is somebody has totally briefed him what that's about. For him to pretend like he just completely ignored it, didn't look into it, and you got 7 or 8 members of your administration that actually wrote it, you ain't asked none of them about this at all, and the whole left side of the aisle is making a huge stink about this. You didn't even question it. That's, to me, like some of the other things he say where this is not true. I mean, he's just saying something that you absolutely know is not true when it comes out of his mouth.
Right, and that's the part that's frustrating is to see people or listen to people like these people, like MAGA people in the chat talking about that's why y'all lost, and I don't even understand we lost. Why? Because we want the president to actually look into policy making that's going to affect us all. I mean, I don't understand why
You don't know why the Democrats lost? You don't have any idea why the Democrats lost?
I mean, there are multiple reasons
Okay,
why, but
right.
but every time you try to have a reasonable conversation with them about a particular subject, they lump everything all into one and say that's what it don't matter if we talking about Hunter Biden, that's why y'all lost. If we talking about Russia, that's why y'all lost. If we talking about Ukraine, that's why y'all lost. If we talking about anything,
well,
that's
could it not be a combination of all of that?
No, it's happening because these people have bought into the cult of personality that is Trump. This stuff has nothing to do. If you look at any of these conversations, these people are not talking about like a real win in our country. They're just saying like we lost because we're not going to get our policies in place or whatever. But none of the policies Trump has ever put in place have ever actually worked. Now, yes, he was able to nominate people and able to get people to get rid of,
Then I gotta admit, I'm still baffled and confused. If he never did anything that worked, as you're making it sound like he was a very ineffective president. So then I have to ask, what is it about this guy that there is a hell of a large portion of Americans, a lot of our constituency that are voting for him? What has he done, at least in his first term, that's making people really think he is the man? Because they had like 9 other options, from Ron DeSantis to
he has drummed up all of everybody's frustrations toward our government. He's drummed them all up, and he's made it seem like he's the one to fix everything in our country. Any kind of disagreement you have with the system, he has agreed. When blacks have been saying that the CIA, the FBI, the police department have been treating black people differently all this time, he jumped on that bandwagon and he said the FBI, the CIA, everybody's corrupt. Now we've been saying that for decades, and they all told us you delusional. You don't know what you're talking about. Everything
is that not his motto? Trump will fix it. Wasn't that his motto?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he said that, and they have adopted that. Whatever it is, they said Trump gonna fix it. Trump said he was gonna get us all out of international affairs. He was gonna get rid of the high prices. He said he was gonna get rid of racism. He was gonna bring us together. All of the biggest problems that our country faced, he said he was gonna fix them. But he's never laid out any details of how he was ever gonna do it.
Well, some of them, if you think that, for instance, some of them he has. If you think the Department of Education, for instance, if you think they're ineffective, well, he's going to get rid of the Department of Education. He's going to get rid of everybody. I mean, that's his solution. I'm just going to come through with a sledgehammer and crash it all.
Right, but wasn't that that was their whole argument before, is that these are Democratic Republic, because that's what they like to call it.
Yeah.
Those are the standards. Those are the things that make America great. Is we have these these systems in place to protect everybody. But then when we attack them, they say no, it's you. But then when he attacks them, they say okay, it's them.
Maybe he's
And
going. Maybe he's
I
going to
don't
repeal
understand the
and maybe
difference.
maybe he's going to repeal and replace the Department of Education.
Well, where's the plan at? I mean, they asked
Yeah.
Kamala down to the T. They said we don't. I heard you say you was going to try to, get 3 more million houses built, give incentives to the construction companies, and do all of these other things, and create a fair tax structure so more of these millionaires and billionaires start to pay. They wanted to hear it detailed down to that. They said, I just don't know enough. I
So
don't
so
know. I
what are
never
you
heard.
saying? What are you saying? The response is, I said I'm gonna do it. Damn it! Stop asking questions. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Damn it! I said I'm gonna do it. Quit asking questions. That's kind of what
I'm saying that the last time when he came through with all of these promises, we gave him credit for yes, you nominated some people. Mitch McConnell stole a pick or two. You got these people in place and they put in these rules. But the main thing he stood on was that damn wall,
yeah.
fixing all of these trade agreements,
Yeah.
making sure Iran doesn't build,
I mean,
weapons.
to some degree, though, didn't Cal, has he not done something? I mean, he bought the materials for the wall. It was the Democrats that stopped that. He has fixed some of the trading
No
agreements for some people.
participation in trophies. I don't. No participation.
I give you
trophies.
that. You got me. Okay, I give you that. He
Do it.
didn't.
I mean, at least get halfway there. He got 52 miles done.
What? Let me ask you that. In regards to right now, he got 4 more years coming up, at least. But let's say 4 years coming up. Do you think he can do? Do you think he can meet his promise on building a wall? I mean, that's hundreds of miles worth of wall that he got. He has
That's
4
not even.
years.
That's not even in his platform now. Is build a wall.
Really?
It's the deportation itself is more in his platform.
Well, you got to
don't
kick
hear
him. You got to kick him out before you can close the door, I guess.
Hey, you got to do something, but he didn't do what he was supposed to do in the first 4 years, and now he's going to come back. He's going to have he's going to have both House and Senate, but he's not going to have enough to strong arm everything he wants to do.
True.
It's just not
True.
possible.
That is true.
And so we can, I guess we'll have this conversation in 2 years when the shit don't get done, and they say, "Oh, the
Now we're
Democrats
gonna be talking about this a lot sooner than 2 years because you can see
I
see a
know.
trajectory.
I'm giving it 2 years.
Yeah, you can
I'm
see
giving it 2 years. Look. I asked a MAGA person yesterday. I said, "Look, all of this stuff we talking about now about the Panama Canal, Canada, and all of this stuff. Where are you on the position that you voted for him because your eggs and milk and prices and stuff was gonna go down? Like, where are you at with him telling you he was gonna reduce your energy cost by half? Like, where are you at on those things? Because he said he was gonna do them like quick, like soon as he get in."
Oh, let's talk about it on day 2 because he promised a hell of a lot of shit on day 1. I gotta move it on, but let's see what happens on day 2.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you what the response was. Well, I knew he wasn't going to be able to do none of that stuff for about 1.5 or 2 years. That's what they told me. That's the response now, is that they knew all along he wasn't going to be able to do nothing until a couple of years from now.
Yeah. Well, I think the response is going to be that Biden and Kamala Harris was doing such a piss poor job that we're willing to overlook if Trump made a mistake or lied about something here or there. Even if it's everything he told us, we don't care. Trump, or better yet, Kamala Harris and Biden were doing that bad of a job that we just wanted them gone. I think that's going to kind of end up being the answer on some of this stuff. We'll see, but I got to move it on.
All right.
Thank you, by the way. Appreciate it. And
Yep.
yeah, I definitely believe that is the case. Is that and which is why I told my last caller we're going to be talking about this a lot sooner than 2 years because you can kind of see the trajectory once he's in office of whether some promises will be made or will not be, such as the bringing down the price of groceries. You don't get 2 years to bring down the price of eggs. It shouldn't take that long. Either you're going to do it or you're not. So we'll see on some of this stuff in terms of the wall. Now, my last caller says he's not even talking about that anymore. I haven't heard that, but my last caller is saying that's not in his promise anymore. We'll see, but it's going to take a long time to build that much wall. you don't get 2 years before you kick that off. That needs to start happening immediately, because even the whole 4 years, I mean, you're talking about hundreds of miles worth of wall. So once again, we'll be able to talk about that a lot sooner. Some of the things he promised, you can tell right off the bat whether he's actually focusing on that or not. Continuing on, Biden is talking now on jobs. I don't know why Biden's talking on anything. He's got like a week and a half left. It's over with. I mean, Biden is gone. Trump has pretty much assumed power the day after the election. He came in, whether you like him or not, he literally did come in like a boss. I mean, all of the focus, the world leaders, everybody started talking to him. He literally did not wait until Biden handed the baton to him. He took it. And I mean, that was it. I mean, Trump has been the president since the November election, in my opinion. I mean, he certainly has dominated the news, even in terms of speaking with world leaders and things like that. People flying down to Mar-a-Lago. I think he's had more world leaders come see him than Biden. He's been the president since November. Looking in the comments, Trump literally wanted to stay the cases until he was officially in office, just to freeze everything, never for it to see the light of day. He was never innocent, nor he would have proven it already. Yeah, Trump was never interested in proving his innocence. I'll agree with that. His whole goal from day one was to delay. He was delay, and prevent anything in terms of investigation materials from ever coming to light. They're trying to do that on Jack Smith now. So he's saying that he didn't do anything wrong, but the goal of proving that I'm innocent, that never was Trump's goal. His goal was to delay those cases until he could get into a safer environment and just squash them. So when folks say, well, Trump won, now he delayed them to the point where they were useless. We don't know. He could be guilty of that stuff. I can't exonerate Trump without knowing what the prosecutor had to say. And that's what he's effectively done, is he's silent. We don't know what Fonnie Willis is going to say. She's gone now. We don't know. So there's no way I can say he's innocent without hearing the other side. Silencing someone doesn't make you innocent. It just means that they didn't get a chance to speak. If Canada takes all the blue states, that would effectively make Trump a Canadian. Huh? If Canada takes what do you mean? Because if he takes New York? Well, all right, I see that, Will. That's an interesting way of looking at that. You can actually see Tim's brain misfiring, says Norm Durkin. I don't know. A lot of times the eyes get to blinking. You see it working. If you want to term it as misfiring, okay, fair enough. What do you think about Biden preemptively banning drilling where Trump says he will drill? Not a coincidence of time. Gary, that is true. I do believe that, and I'll go back to the box. Tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up to about 20,000 in terms of likes. We can make that happen with a little bit of love to the program. Helps out the algorithm, brings in more likes. Tap the screen. You know, this is a free speech program. You can say whatever the hell you want here, regardless of what side of the aisle you're on. You can be critical of anyone you want, up to and including the host. Free speech reigns supreme here. I do believe that Biden, Gary, in regards to your comment, I do believe that Biden is trolling Trump to some degree. Obviously, Trump has said nothing but negative shit about Biden since day one. So anybody who wants to say they never gave Trump a chance from day one, he never gave Biden and Kamala Harris a chance from day one either. I mean, he started out by saying they were a fraud. So he never gave them a chance from day one. So I do believe that Biden is actively trying to make Trump's promises more difficult to achieve. So I don't disagree with that on a number of levels. Creating an app so that immigrants can register and do it quicker without having to come to court dates. He's done a lot. He's done some things. I do agree with that. He wants to take Greenland because the age of consent there is 15 years old. Jesus. Who said? David says that Trump wants to take Greenland because the age of consent is 15. OMG. Continuing on with the program, one of my subscribers, Jeremy, always get him first digs. Good evening, Jeremy. Taking Greenland because the age of consent is a sophomore in high school. We'll give the box a chance to bring him up. I don't know what's happening there because you can't prove innocence on a witch hunt. Well,
hey, there we are.
Hey, so taking Greenland. Did you hear what my viewer said? Trump wants to take Greenland.
Yeah, I heard that. It was funny. I will say this. I don't even know if that's true or not. I have no idea. I've never looked at the age of consent of Greenland. because I'm not into that kind of stuff, you know.
Okay. You
I,
gotta
the
ask. You
only
gotta
one,
ask Matt Gates about that. I wouldn't know either.
the only two foreign age of consents that I know of it, and it's mostly because they both make me angry. Is 16 in England, because apparently, like I watched an episode of like a show that's almost like a Foreign to Catch a Predator, all right, and I'm like, oh, well, that's fucked up. Why is it at 18? And apparently in Germany, there's some weirdness with it being somewhere around 14 with some stipulations.
Wow. But
And
you know,
again, it was
in America, if I'm correct, I know somebody in the audience can let me know if I'm wrong on this, but I do believe in America, the legal age in which you can marry a person is pretty damn. There's, I think, over in the New England area, you can marry a person at like 14, 15, as long as you got their parental consent. You can go R. Kelly all day. I mean, there are plenty of states in America right now where you can marry somebody under the age of consent, as long as their parents. Somebody said 14. I see in the comments. That's how that can happen here.
I do know that in what's it called? I was watching a video by Killer B Tactical, who's a former detective for I believe Georgia.
Okay.
Who said that apparently in Kentucky it's like 16, but you have to be within 10 years of the person's age or something, which I think is really weird. I don't know. To me, it should just be 18 across the board.
Yeah.
With Romeo and Juliet at laws, because I don't care if a 17-year-old and a 19-year-old are having fun.
Right.
I don't care. That's not important to me.
Yeah. Well, I do believe, like I said, I don't know for certain, but yeah, there are some states in this country. So we talk about other places like Greenland or whatever. I think Cambodia and some of them places like that in the Vietnam area as well. Because during President Bush's term, he actually passed a law that
Oh, I
made
know
it
what
so
law-
that
what
if
law
you
you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you're. It's the ACT law, right? It's about protect. It's the Protect Act.
yeah, if
The
you
Protect
go
Act.
overseas and abuse somebody, you can be held accountable once you come back home.
Yep, exactly. Which I was like, hey, that's a good law. That's a good law.
But
I
it's
support it
amazing that he
100%.
had to pass that, because that means it was happening, and that's why I always say when we talk about securing the southern border, because not only fentanyl and they talk about child trafficking. I'm like, you can do what you want in regards to the southern border. They're only bringing those children here because there's a huge demand for them. You don't hear Trump talking about addressing the demand at all. I mean, there's a demand for that stuff.
Well, here's the thing, Handsome. Here's the thing. I just gonna say this. This is one of my most controversial opinions I've ever had. I see the problem with people hurting children is it looks like it's been something that's happened around the world for thousands of years. So I think that we should actually try to figure out, why do people have those feelings in the first place from a scientific standpoint? Because it's not something that's new.
No, it's
something
not
that's
new.
been
It's
happening
not
for
new.
a long time. And I don't think it's good for people. I think it's unhealthy. I think it's disgusting and evil. And it seems like it might be genetic. I don't really know what it is, but
I don't know,
there's
but
something wrong with it.
now I know. Now you support Trump, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel that he was going to appoint Matt Gaetz, who has apparently a history of doing that, at least from a little bit of and chances are, if he done it once, he's probably done it more. But how do you feel that he was going to give Matt Gaetz the top cop position?
Well, you see, I was a little conflicted about that. I like Trump in that I like him for the majority of what he does, and there's some things I was a little hesitant on. The thing is, I've seen arguments back and forth for both for and against Matt Gaetz. The one thing that I just didn't, that was holding me back, is that he wasn't going to have his day in court.
Yeah, but
That's the one thing that was like, okay.
do you
that's-
think he it's just like similar to Trump? Do you think Matt Gaetz even wanted his day in court, or do you think he wanted to keep that stuff under the rug?
That's the thing I've been kind of debating about back and forth, because there were several chances for the Democrats and for Congress to bring him in, and they always chose not to. And it always came around the time of elections for
Yeah.
him. And it was like, oh, well, isn't that fucking convenient? And there was a lot of other issues with what was going on with this whole case.
Yeah, but even
But
even
here's
in
the
that
thing.
case though,
But here's the thing.
Go
Here's the
ahead.
thing. Discovery is like, it's like sunshine, like the sunshine is the greatest, whatever it's called.
Disinfectant. If
Yeah,
you support Trump, you should know the word disinfectant. Sunshine is
yeah.
the greatest disinfectant.
Our sunshine is going to be huge. It's going to be great. It's going to be better than
It's
ever.
going to get rid of COVID.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to get rid of COVID. Look at Biden's sunshine. It's got clouds everywhere. It's nothing. It's tiny.
All
Like
right.
Bucko hands.
But I mean that report was out there. Even if it was not true, I mean, does it not make it clear that, because remember, Trump's main issue was that during his first term, even though he was an effective leader, he made the mistake because he was a rookie at appointing the wrong people. This shows that he is still capable of doing that. I mean, he was going to give Matt Gaetz that gig. Obviously, he didn't vet him, or he did vet him and didn't give a damn that this guy was that bad.
Yeah, that's something I was always a little weary about Matt Gaetz. I was always going back and forth. The one thing I will say is, I think it's rather convenient that they didn't want to go that they wanted to go after Pete Hegseth. Like, who knows if Pete has anything on him? Because we don't really know. But I always found it suspicious that Pete seems like a perfectly normal dude, and what they were trying to do is get rid of him. First, for reasons that didn't seem to hold any water.
What does he have? What are the allegations? I can't remember. What are the allegations on Hegseth? Like, did he have DUIs? Or I know he told he went to, apparently was at some strip club and he yelled out something really derogatory about taking the lives of Muslims. I mean, he does have some stuff on him.
Well, I do know. Well, here's what I do know. They didn't like his tattoo. His tattoo is a Crusader tattoo.
Yeah, we talked about that on the show. I've put them on the screen, his tattoos. But
Yeah,
I did research on his tattoos, and I came to the conclusion that they're not. People were saying they were, Christian nationalism or white supremacists. I didn't. I was able to find those tattoos in other areas that I didn't. To me, there's no confirmation that those are white supremacist tattoos. I looked it up. We did it. We had a live on it, and I cannot say that those are white supremacist tattoos because I could find them in other locations. One of them's a lot of it is military related.
Yeah, but now they've added on charges that I actually raised eyebrows to, that I'm like, we should be careful about what we do, whether we appoint them or not. But I don't know if they have any water behind them, any water to them, which is SA. They said that he touched a girl's thigh or something like that, and then he made derogatory remarks to people. Now, if that's true, okay, well then obviously you got to hold him accountable.
That is not going to work. I can tell you one thing: if you do have allegations of sexual assault, I'm not saying whether you did it or not, but if you have allegations of sexual assault and you're being vetted and you're trying to get political office, you are far better in that environment running as a Republican politician than a Democrat. The Democrats will go with those allegations alone and destroy you. The Republicans will damn near say that we can't trust a woman that's making an accusation. You are far better if you're under that situation to be running as a Republican politician as opposed to a Democrat.
I will say, yeah, but that's not a good thing, though, because it should
No,
be
it's not.
a political thing.
It's not a good thing.
I know, and that's the thing. It's become that. It's become that. That's the one thing I do not like about politics, is that things that should just be like, okay, SA should just be considered bad, and false allegations should be considered bad as well. That should be the end of the conversation.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, though, is that if you are running as a Republican politician and there's a woman that is accusing you of SA, the Republicans tend to circle the wagon and start questioning whether the woman is legitimate. On the left, they start taking the woman first and then questioning whether you are guilty or not. So, like I said, you're better off doing that as a Republican politician because they're going to put that woman through the ringer.
Yeah, well, I think both people should be questioned, both the accuser and the accused, because in the end, the truth is what I care about. I don't care about I don't care about believe all women, and I definitely do not care about women make up allegations all the time. I'm not like a red pill bro. I'm definitely not somebody who believes in a lot.
Well, but there's some validity to it. There is no shortage of women. The Duke rape case being one, where the lacrosse players were accused by that black strip.
Yeah.
I mean, there are plenty of women that do it, but I think the overwhelming majority of women that say this has happened, it probably has happened. And because women do not go after the women who lie, it really hurts the cause. It really hurts the cause. But there are some
Yeah.
women that do lie.
Oh yeah, and the one thing I'm thinking about for sure is that we need more security cameras. I think more than anything, in ways of proving it, like with hard evidence, what happened. You know, and here's the thing. I will say this: I do feel bad for women who just like they got touched or something like that inappropriately, but they forgot not to hold on to the evidence, and maybe there weren't any cameras around, so the guy gets away with it. Okay,
Yeah.
That's awful. Okay, that's awful. But we can't have we can't have a society where, hey, like there was literally a long time ago, I think it was like 4 years ago, there was a guy who literally walked down the street. Actually, this was like 8 years ago, and he was caught on security camera just passing a woman by. Never met the woman in her life, didn't stop to talk to her, nothing. And then she accused him of groping her, and you could see through the CCTV footage, they didn't even touch. They didn't even make physical contact with each other, and his whole life was ruined.
Damn.
So I think that whether it be Pete Hegseth or Matt Gaetz,
Well, I will say this.
I'm just tired of the circus.
Yeah, but I will say this: when it comes to, it's a big difference. Now, I do, well, like I said, I admit it. Women do make this stuff up often, but when you got a person that's trying their best to prevent it from ever coming to court, that's when you got to be suspicious. Matt Gaetz,
Yeah.
just like with Trump, they're not trying to prove their innocence. They're trying to silence the case. They don't even want you to know what the other side has to say. That's when it gets to be a bit concerning, is when they're trying to silence everybody. And that's what Matt Gaetz was doing. He doesn't want that report to come out. You're not trying to prove your innocence. You're trying to shut people up. So that looks a bit suspicious.
It does, and ultimately, even Trump's got 4 more years. I hope that if he is guilty of something, he gets proven in court to be guilty. But
Impossible.
after he leaves office.
Impossible. And I'll tell you why it's impossible for Trump to be proven in court. As I say on the program all the time, if Trump actually committed a felony, because MAGA does not believe, whoever would be responsible for telling you Trump committed that felony, MAGA doesn't believe them. I mean, who's going to tell you Trump committed a felony? It's probably going to be the FBI or maybe the CIA or one of the national security agencies or somebody on his administration. You're not going to believe any of those people. So if Trump is screaming, I'm innocent, and you're not going to, then there's no way to prove that he did it other than catching it on video. If it's not on video, you're not going to believe anybody that says he did something wrong. And we've seen enough evidence of that. We don't even entertain what those people have to say. We don't we don't let him go to court and prove that he's innocent. We immediately say that person is lying or part of the deep state the minute they even accuse him.
Yeah, and you know what? And here's the thing. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing at all. I think that if someone's proven guilty, then they're guilty, and they should face what's coming to them. But here's one thing I will say. It is partially the FBI and CIA's fault. They have been shown to target conservative individuals. Did you ever look up that woman I told you about, Lauren Southern?
No.
Oh, you should. She actually got put on what's known as a vacuum, not by the American government, but the Australian government, because her ex-husband is a Fed, and her ex-husband was abusive to her. And that just shows you how easily government agencies with tons of oversights can still be corrupt. She never committed any kind of violation of any of their laws and was never a threat to anybody. And even when she goes to airports now, they pull her aside and they ask to look through all of her devices and give it, and she gives them all the passwords, and she never stops them, and they never find.
I really wish you guys who talk about the FBI targets folks. You mentioned they target conservatives. You could have listened to Malcolm X or Martin Luther King. They've been telling you guys that shit for how long? They've been telling you the FBI can't be trustworthy. Did it really take for Trump to finally, okay, well, now we believe you? People have been telling you the FBI is corrupt since the FBI's been around. Since Lyndon B. Johnson or whoever the hell created them, they've been telling you the FBI cannot be trusted.
Yeah, I think it was Lyndon Johnson, but I know Hoover was Those
Yeah,
are super
Hoover.
corrupt, right?
Hoover is Hoover's the one. Yeah, Hoover. But I mean, that's the thing is like all of the stuff that Trump is complaining about, weaponized DOJs and all. He literally sounds like a Black Lives Matter member. Everything he's saying, African Americans have been yelling out for generations to deaf ears. Now he's in court repeating all the same shit, and it seems to have gained a lot of value all of a sudden. I don't know what's the difference between him and BLM, but he seems to be getting a credibility for stuff that they've been saying for years. I'll give you the last word. I got to move on.
Well, hey, as the last word, maybe he'll get some street cred in Harlem or something. You know, he'll walk the streets. He'll have his MAGA hat turned to the side. I'm gonna be like, "What's up, my constituents? How you doing?"
Good luck on that. Good luck on that. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Love you, Tim. See you around, brother.
Always. Thank you. Appreciate it. Always. And I will say this, him sitting there and yucking it up with Obama, that was interesting. Did you folks see at the Carter funeral, Trump sitting next to Obama, and they were talking and laughing like old chums, old pals. You notice Michelle didn't show up for that shit. Michelle was part of the 92% of black women that didn't touch Trump. But Obama did sit there and they were yucking it up. I don't know what the hell that was about. Maybe Obama's trying to get his hands on some of that Musk money that's floating around Trump, that Elon Musk money. Who knows? I don't know, but I do believe there's a hell of a lot of money floating around the Trump administration. Hell, I might be willing to go Republican overnight for a minute. I mean, think about how many billionaires. You got Zuckerberg now damn near on board. You got Jeff Bezos is on board. I mean, you got Dana White has been hanging around him for. I mean, you got a lot of billionaires hanging around that administration. I don't know if billionaires are really known for doing a lot for us working class people. We'll see about that. Do you really feel confident that billionaires are going to look out for? But he does have a lot of billionaires hovering around him. So maybe Obama's like, well, shit, let me get my hands on some of this paper. We'll see, because all you got to do is shake Trump's hand and say some flattering shit, and you suddenly have all kinds of doors open to you. Look at in the comments, though, Obama was being nice and classy at Carter's funeral. That's all it was. Could be. What? Whose wife? Mike Pence's. Was it Mike Pence's wife that snubbed Trump? Mike Pence sitting there shaking his hand, looking like a dick. I'm just gonna tell you, all of the stuff that man did to Mike Pence. And Mike Pence looks really weak. Even if you favor Trump, you gotta admit, Mike Pence looked pretty weak after all of the shit that was done to him. You think Trump would shake an adversary's hand after the adversary did all of that stuff? Mike Pence just looked weak as hell. Let me go back to the comment section and onto the box. Tap the screen. Get your boy up to 30,000. Can we make that happen? Some of you folks are indeed showing the program, so let's smash that like button on YouTube. See if we can get on up to about 60 on YouTube. The top 3 dots in the upper right-hand corner of your screen allows a like. Click, smash that like button. It helps out. I did want to make sure I didn't miss a super chat real quick. Will says he was proven guilty. They have all the paperwork at his house. They have his signature on the checks. Lackeys went to jail in his name. A lot of folks did end up incarcerated behind Trump. Even more lost a fortune. Talking about Mike Lindell and Rudolph Giuliani and Sidney Powell. People are losing their law licenses. I don't know if Trump's going to help all of them people, but there are a lot of people that paid a high price riding with Trump. Obviously, Fox News is not going to get their $750 million back from following Trump. They're just not. And there's a whole lot of people like that out there. They're not going to get their money back. I don't know if OAN or Newsmax will get any of theirs back either, but my answer is probably not. There are NDAs. Their letters addressed to Stormy. Stormy recorded phone calls. There is a letter said specifically how Trump did not sleep with Stormy. Trump ain't shit. You know, I used to have people telling me, that proves that Trump, because I got a lot of MAGA that believe Trump never slept with Stormy. To me, that's insane. But they're like, well, he got a letter from her that says they didn't sleep together. Who the hell carries around a letter from some chick that says I didn't sleep with you? Have you ever in your life had a chick write a letter that you keep possession of that says she didn't sleep with you? I mean, just the very fact that you got that shit says y'all been fucking. I don't understand that, but people have used that as a defense that he has a letter saying that she didn't. Who writes that kind of shit? That's crazy. Makeup proves all women lie. Damn, drawn into. We were talking about females do makeup sexual assault claims. Drowning in the scenery, I think that says makeup proofs all women lie. Oh, I mean, I don't know where to go with that. I know what you're saying, but damn, that's some strong language. The sad part about Trump's sentencing is Trump will just get better. Any petty little thing Trump takes personally is the United States problem now. I can't disagree with that. I do believe from the office of president, if he takes something petty, he will likely use the office of president to deal with it. I can see that happening. I absolutely can see that. That's frightening, but I can see some of that happening. Who knows how petty he will get with it? But I mean, I don't know if he's like Kim Jong Un, where he's going to go after some citizen like myself that might be online criticizing him. But a news network that does it, yeah, I could see it happening. Like the ladies of The View, or the host on Misha Brzezinski and all them folks on MSNBC, or Chris Cuomo on News Nation. Them kind of, I could see it. I could see something happening in that case. Like I said, I don't know how far he might go with it, but we'll see. Because he has talked about going after news networks. And make no mistake about it, regardless of how you feel about fake news or something, Fox News is not honest. And he's not criticizing what you hear on Fox News is exactly what you hear on MSNBC in reverse. If you believe MSNBC is in a tank for the liberals and you don't believe that from Fox, then you're biased. I mean, most of the members of Fox News has either worked for the Trump administration or left the Trump administration. It's one way or the other. They've left Fox and went to work for Trump, or they've left Trump and went to work for Fox. I mean, everybody from Kimberly Guilfoyle, who damn near married into the family. I mean, they've all been on Air Force One when he was president, like Jesse Waters and all of them. Bill O'Reilly's a longtime friend. Sean Hannity got his personal phone number. If as far to the left as MSNBC is, I don't know any Democrat politician that they are in cahoots with as strong as Fox is with Trump. I don't know any. I mean, and I'll admit MSNBC is a far left network. And they're not as close to any Democrat politician as Fox is to Trump. So if you're bringing up networks that are in a tank for politicians and you don't see Fox that way, you're just being biased. Ask MAGA if Trump is a felon after being punished. Well, I don't think it matters. I don't think that. Well, first of all, he didn't get punished. I mean, he got sentenced to nothing. That's really what happened. He got sentenced to nothing. So he didn't get punished. But you guys can let me know. What do you think? Drowning in the scenery, that definitely proves Trump ain't shit in. Oh my God. That is the signature tune for anybody being referred to as not being shit when the super chat comes in. You'll hear that. We do have a soundboard. You'll occasionally hear a few sounds. Let me go back to the box. I like to keep it authentic. We don't play a lot of sounds, but I think that one is worthy. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. Welcome to the program. Now, you asked me to bring you up earlier. What had you heard that you disagreed with?
I forgot what we're talking about. Let me see. I wrote some notes, so I'm trying to look over all the notes.
Okay.
I mean, just the general tone is like Trump is this idiot that can't get shit done, but he's this evil genius that is.
Well, let's tackle that. Let's tackle the evil genius perspective. I'm going to ask this question: how did he get to be so?
Is he an idiot or an evil genius? Is he going to take away all our rights and put us all in the Handmaid's Tale or whatever, or is he just an idiot that can't get shit done?
I mean, to some degree, you could be a combination of both. But I want to ask this question in regards to the evil genius comment. How did he get so powerful where you could be charged with all these crimes? You got folks that don't believe anything wrong about you, no matter who tells them. What did he do during the first term to get such love and adoration? A lot of people love this man. I got folks that come on the line that say they would take a bullet for him. What did he do to get this? America was ran, some would say, well under his first term, but folks sound like they went from living in a tent to living in a mansion. What did he do to get this type of support and love?
I don't think he did anything. I think it's the Democrats. They kept hitting him, shooting at him, and missing. They kept going after him for all this BS that, they lost all trust. And then when they won, when Biden won, they did a horrible job. So how are you going to go after the man, keep missing, and then keep going after him? And then when you're in charge, you do a horrible job. And
let me stop it.
He looks like he's untouchable, but he's very touchable.
Well, first of all, when you say they keep going after the man and keep missing, you can't say they missed if the courts never hear the case. They're not missing. Folks are stepping up and preventing. I mean, his tactic was not to prove innocent. His tactic was to delay and sweep it under the rug. We don't know if those cases missed. We don't know if Fonnie Willis, what she was going after him for in Georgia. We don't know if she missed or not. We never heard the case. We don't know if Jack Smith missed. We never heard the case. They're not missing. They're being silenced.
No, they're definitely not being silenced. They released their case and everything they had to the public several times. They tried to re-release it as new evidence when it was the same old shit, like a week before the election. Jack tried to re-release it he basically has some stuff redacted. He unredacted like one line and re-released it so people would read it again. But it was exactly the same shit he released a year before. They re-release their shit. They try to get the celebrities to bring it up. They put it online. They try to have celebrities read it out loud and make a.
Well, what I mean when I say you never heard the case, let's say Jack Smith released what he had, but because it is not in a court of law, he can't show you maybe video footage that may be attached. He can't explain it. All you can see is what he came to. You can't. There's a lot of elaboration. All of this stuff would have came out in court. You can't see any of that because Jack Smith is going to get fired now. I mean, he had to resign, but they're going to fire him anyway. You don't know. There's not enough. You haven't seen enough to be sure that he is innocent.
We weren't going to see it anyway. The New York.
How do you know?
Because New York doesn't allow cameras, and these federal courts don't allow any cameras.
But how do
you see anything from the New York case? The best we got is some guy repeating everything he heard on Twitter.
Yeah, but when I say we, I'm talking about the jury or whoever would have been in there dealing with his case. We don't know. Whoever would have been, because it would have been one of us out of the general public. I'm saying that they never got to hear his case. It's not like he proved himself guilty in a court of law. He silenced the case from ever entering it.
Listen, he didn't silence it. The case was such shit. It's the same shit.
How do you know? How do you know a case is? How do you know a case is shit if you didn't see it?
How many times did they tell us all the election shit wasn't shit because it wasn't even brought up in court? So this is the same thing where these cases weren't shit because they weren't even brought up in court. If they were good cases, they would have been heard in court. It's the same shit they tell us for the election. It's true for this.
Okay, before I responded, I do want to tackle something that came in from Sheldon Walsh. He says, "Handsome, have you never heard of any of the voter fraud cases? You can't have it both ways." Well, a lot of the voter fraud cases came from the Republicans as well, like the fake electors. That's in there as well. So I'll just respond to that. Now, when you say the cases were shit there, MAGA, so you believe the 34 cases he was actually convicted on were shit?
They're complete shit. They're the worst kind. That's why so much of it is hidden. Like they didn't normally when a jury makes a decision on a case like this, they would tell you what they believe the underlying crime was. They didn't even have to do that, and even if they wanted to, they couldn't tell us which crime they chose. First of all, being able to choose 1 out of 3 crime has never been done before.
So how do you respond to
bullshit?
But how do you respond to like what Arsha Fine says in the comments? The jury heard everything and they didn't think it was shit. The jury convicted the man.
The jury were given. It was such mumbo jumbo that the jury was probably utterly confused. And they were given instructions where they couldn't find him. Like, it was impossible for him to find him innocent. It's like, do you find him guilty in way A? Do you find him guilty in way B? Or do you find him guilty because of C?
And see, this is why. And see, this is why I say that it's impossible to convict Trump, because even if he goes through the system, goes through the process, and he's found guilty by everyday average citizens, they just were confused. I mean, you're not going to accept anything other than a not guilty verdict. I mean, it went through court.
Huh? The reason I say that is because even law experts are confused, are saying, this is the words of law experts, and most law experts trying to repeat it. Not a single one of them repeat the cases the same way because it's so confusing.
They're not
It's
there.
even hard for lawyers to tell you what's going on. In fact, like there's not even like a 100% explanation of the case because it's such a weird case. Because it has three underlying crimes that he was never found guilty of any of the underlying crimes. I find you guilty because you were hiding this crime that you're not guilty of. But
Let
you're
me
guilty
present it
because
to you.
you're
Let
trying
me
to hide
present
the
it to you
crime.
this. Let me present it to you this way. He was accused of falsifying documents. You believe he never lied on a single document?
No, I believe I believe he changed. Damn, this is a difficult one. I believe
It's
he
not
falsified the
difficult. Either you
documents.
did it or you didn't.
Okay, I'll give you that. He that's possibly he falsified the documents.
Then he's
but
guilty of some shit
it's-
immediately. Then you immediately admitting at least some of this shit he did.
The thing is, even if he did, like, first of all, they don't tell you the correct way he should have filed it. They said
They
that-
told the jury
that.
that they told the jury all of this stuff. You don't think the jury when
No,
they're
they
deliberating?
didn't.
Hold on. You don't think when the jury was
That was
deliberating, they didn't ask the judge, "Well, show us the correct." You don't think all of that came up?
So what is the correct way? He wrote that the money he gave to his lawyer to take care of all these legal issues with what's her name, was legal fees, and it was illegal because it wasn't legal fees that he paid his lawyer.
Yeah.
It's like a common thing that you do. Like any money to your lawyer is legal fees.
I would say
And,
this.
what's the alternative?
Yeah,
It's
I
not
would-
legal fees. What is it?
What the alternative? What do you, wait, say that again.
If the money he paid to his lawyer, that some of it went to legal fees, a lot of it went to him being his lawyer. It was his lawyer officially. Was not legal fees, which is what they're saying he did. The legal fees were not legal fees, is what they're saying. But we know at least some of it was legal fees, yet they gave him all 34 felonies, saying none of it was legal fees.
I mean, I'm just going to say
This
this.
lawyer was not legal fees.
I'm just going to
What is
say
it
this. You
if it's not
got,
legal
as
fees?
I'm just going to say this. You claiming we got a confused jury. Trump got access to the best lawyers on earth. If his lawyers could not win over a confused jury, he should face the same punishment you or I would face. There's a lot of folks that have a case and their lawyers lose. He lost. If we scrutinize every guilty verdict's case, every American that is found guilty of a crime, with the level of scrutiny that you're giving, we might as well just open up the prisons. I mean, what's the purpose of having a court system? I mean, you're pretty much saying that the jury, well, yeah, they were confused. I mean, you want to overturn a jury verdict. They heard what they presented, and they thought it was not good enough.
Listen, the prosecutor had the judge on their side. He literally paused the case anytime the defendant did a good job answering a question. Anytime Trump's lawyers earn their money, he would pause the case, go to the back for 5 minutes, and come back with a way to fuck him over.
I would tell you this:
times.
when you're saying all kinds of nasty shit about the judge in public, I don't think you even need to have a judge against you. The jury, a lot of people will see how disrespectful you are. If I went to court, because I don't have all the love and adoration of Trump, not even a fraction of it. So I go to court and I'm acting like Trump in court. I guarantee there will be a hell of a lot of the jury members that would not like me. That would sway their opinion of me alone if I was acting like that. Trump was found guilty of contempt like 10 times. I mean, what are they supposed to do?
The chicken or the egg?
Huh?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Shit,
What came,
I don't get what you're saying.
what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did the judge? Did
You
he
can't
talk shit
get
about
it.
the
You
judge
can't
because
get
the judge
it.
was fucking him over, or the judge was fucking him over because he was talking shit about him? What came first?
Trump was talking shit about the court system before he even went to court. So he came first, whether he's an egg or a chicken.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, that's your opinion.
And not
That's
only was he talking shit about the courts, when he came into court, he had already been talking shit about the prosecutor. If I went to court and the judge heard that I had been saying all that shit about the system, all that shit about the prosecutor, now I'm in court and I'm saying all that shit about him, I will tell you this, even most juries would not like me under those circumstances, even before hearing the case.
If this was you and you paid your lawyer $100,000 and at least half of it went to lawyer fees, and the other half went to pay your legal expenses with some settlement with some guy or some girl. And they gave you felonies for all of it, even the money that went toward your legal fees. Would you be happy with it?
I wouldn't be happy even if I committed a crime and got charged with it. What
That's
the
true.
point? I think the point,
Like,
even based on what I'm hearing from you, you don't believe he did all this stuff, but it sounds like even you believe that some of this stuff he actually, maybe not 34 cases, maybe not everything but even you, I mean, yes, some of this stuff, maybe they shouldn't have charged him with it as harsh, but even you don't sound like you're 100% convinced he didn't do any of this stuff. You just think maybe he should have been let it go of that, or maybe they let other people go with that, so they shouldn't have fucked with him there. But you don't sound like you even believe he's 100% innocent.
it's just weird. It's a weird case, and it's like really hard to defend because it's a case that should have never happened in the first place. It's like
Why?
getting a felony for jaywalking. It's like getting a felony for jaywalking.
So
If you're
what? So what is your
jaywalking,
argument
it's
that he
yeah,
should
I
have?
did, but it shouldn't be a felony.
Okay, so you do believe he did it. It just should have been a misdemeanor.
It definitely should have been a misdemeanor at worst, but it's such a the whole situation is BS, and the only reason they're getting away with it is one, not giving him a punishment makes it harder for him to appeal it, so they'll get away with it because they didn't actually punish. If they would have actually punished him, the case would have been
Is that
way
true?
bigger scrutiny.
Is that actually
I
true
think
that you can't?
that's what this is the expert lawyers. What's his name?
That's
A few expert
awesome.
lawyers
That is an
said
awesome
this.
slick trick if they did that. By not giving him a punishment, he can't appeal. I didn't hear that before. I gotta move on,
He
but
can
that's
appeal it.
interesting.
It's just harder to appeal. It's like way harder to appeal because
Did none
even the
happen?
people in the appeals, whether like even him wasting his time to appeal it looks petty, but
Yeah.
he needs to appeal it. But if they would have punished him, it would have been way easier for him to appeal it.
I don't.
He
You
would
know.
have
Let
way
me
more people
just
on
say
his side.
before I move on from me. I'll just say this. I don't want to hear a damn thing else about taxpayer money. If we're okay with him appealing a case that has no punishment at all and spending taxpayer, I don't want to hear about anything else about wasting taxpayer money. He got no punishment at all. Period. Why the hell would you waste thousands of dollars on that?
But that's his money. It's not taxpayer
No, it
money.
ain't gonna be all his money, and you know it. Just having the Secret Service usher you to court back and forth, or whatever the case may be. Air Force One expenses. You're spending
He doesn't
taxpayer
have to
money
be in
on that.
court. He didn't have to be in court.
It
They
does.
made him go to court.
The idea that he's not going to spend a dime of taxpayer money is crazy. If he appeals that, money is going to be spent out of our pocket somewhere in that. If you had no charges, why would you spend a dime of taxpayer money on that? You have no punishment.
Because they made you out to be a felon. Being a felon screws up a lot of people's lives. And
I
he's a
gotta
millionaire.
go.
It's not going to fuck up his life, but normally you don't want that. You don't want
It's not
to
screwing up
rape
Trump's
people
life.
all the
Trump's
time.
life is going to be fine. It ain't screwing up Trump's life at all. You know that. I don't know why you even brought that up. This is not, we talking about Trump. Those felonies are not going to touch his
Okay.
life.
The other thing that I was going to bring up that now I remember why I wanted you to bring me up.
Real quick,
He was
I got to
talking
move on.
about
Go ahead.
How Trump didn't read Project 25 or whatever.
Yeah.
And he's like, he should have read it. And all the shit he was saying about Trump and Project 25. I'm like, it's fucking Trump. Like, why would he read it? Because Trump doesn't fucking follow these things. Nothing tells Trump what to do. So why would he read something that's not even he's not gonna listen to?
Because
Like the fact that it was written by
that's
Trump's
crazy.
gonna follow it is
I
crazy.
hired you.
Trump doesn't follow shit.
That doesn't make it doesn't matter. I hired you to work for me. You have a book out there that has my name in it hundreds of times, and I don't even want to read what's in it? That doesn't make any sense.
No, but it's not gonna change what Trump's gonna do.
That's
Trump's gonna
fine,
do
but you
what
still
Trump's
gonna read the
do.
damn
One
that's
document.
that's fine, but you still gonna
Even-
read the damn book. You still gonna read it.
I mean, I might get the cliff notes like you said, but I wouldn't waste my time. And most of us didn't waste our time with it because we know Trump better. Trump's going to do what he wants to do. No Project 25 or whatever's on his website is going to actually determine what he does. What determines what he does is what makes him popular with the people, what makes him popular online. What we say online matters way more. What's on the newspaper matters way more than anything in Project 25 or whatever.
That's on the
And then-
newspaper. Project 2025 is on the newspaper.
Well, that's why he addressed it. But I'm talking about like daily stuff. Like it's gonna be forgotten within like a couple. It's forgotten now, pretty much. The only people that ever brought it up was Democrats. The Republicans gave zero shits about it. And then one last thing about the California
I gotta
fires.
go. You got 10 seconds.
Well, 10 seconds. He was mentioning this California fire stuff and how they should prepare and provide water and all that stuff. Back in 2017, he mentioned it 2 months ago with Joe Rogan. He's been addressing this shit with the California fires for the whole time. And, Democrats, as soon as it was forgotten, they stopped talking about it.
All right.
He's
Appreciate it.
All
right. And I will say that I heard what he said about addressing the fires with Rogan. I do believe there's some truth to that. But it doesn't take away from what I originally asked, and that is, what good does it do now? I mean, they're fighting fires. They're still digging bodies out of rubble. What good does it do right now to blame folks for something that they should have did 6 months, a year ago, whatever? Even if it's 100% correct, you got to deal with what's on hand right now. It's like literally being in a foxhole, being shot at, complaining why they only gave you these bullshit rifles. This is all you got. You got to use what you got. Bitching about the quality of the rifle is not going to help right now. This is all you got. If we survive this shit, we can complain about being poorly armed later. But this is all you got right now. So I don't see the benefit of complaining about things that currently is irrelevant. Once it's over, you can put the funding, if you want to raise the funding of the fire department, if you want to get rid of the mayor, get rid of the governor, you can do all of that. But right now, while they're going through it, bitching about that stuff is not helping. It's not going to get anybody their homes back or anything like that. All that's going to do is piss people off for something they can't change. That's just my opinion on it. Looking in the comments, though, Democrats will forget again and get away with it again. Well, we'll see. Instead of saying something helpful, he attacks making it about himself. And that's exactly the way I see it. I don't see any benefit of complaining about the situation at hand. I mean, you can't change it right now. Trump thinks the government's money is his money. He could care less about the American people now that he has power, and that's even a sadder part, says Will G. In regards to your statement, Trump thinks the government's money is his money. That's what I was pushing back on my last caller in regards to why would Trump appeal a case where it had no punishment? And he was saying, well, it's going to be his money, not the taxpayers' money. No, because as Will says, and I kind of agree with, he thinks the government's money is his money. I mean, isn't that part of why he got convicted in the first place? Is using campaign funds to pay off Stormy Daniels? He's not going to use his money. I think that's the whole reason he got convicted, is he wasn't using his own money where he should use it at. So the idea that he's going to appeal all of the cases and only use his money when he got access to the governments, I don't believe it. I do believe he would do that. There is a recording of him telling Mike to pay. Talking about Michael Cohen. And that's another person, like I said, if Trump does something wrong, we're not going to believe the people. Michael Cohen has admitted that Trump has done a lot of things wrong, and we just dismissed the statements coming from Michael Cohen. Some of you who watched me long enough know that I got to interview Michael Cohen for about a half hour. I wasn't friendly to him, though, and I kind of felt bad. I hit him up. I was interviewing him the day before he had to testify before Congress, and I was telling him, like, you ain't credible, dude. Trump added to the deficit $8 trillion, and he essentially wants to eliminate the debt ceiling. Trump and MAGA ain't shit. I will say, everybody talks about getting the deficit down until they're in control of the deficit. That, because you're not going to get a reduction in spending out of Trump. How much is it going to cost to implement the largest deportation in history? How much is the wall going to cost? How much does Greenland want? How much does it cost to annex Canada? He's not talking from a standpoint of cutting the deficit. He's talking from a standpoint of raising it significantly. So I do agree. Everybody talks about lowering the deficit until they're in control of it. I mean, Trump is talking about keeping the military on the table. All of that shit costs money. You're not going to get and all of these tax cuts, all of that shit costs money. He's not going to lower the deficit. He ain't even talking about doing it. If you take in consideration what he's actually promising, not as much as it costs to feed and house the immigrants. Well, B. Goss, you're saying, I asked how much does it cost to implement. I'll go back to the box and tap the screen. Get your boy up to about 40,000. We can make that happen. Some of you guys can tap the screen, show the program some love. get the likes up to about 40,000. TikTok, I'm talking to you. Smash that like button, YouTube horizontal, YouTube vertical. The question was, how much is it going to cost to the deficit to implement the largest deportation in history? And B. Goss in the comments says, not as much as it costs to feed and house the immigrants. Now, what you're stating alludes to the belief that the 18 million or whatever it is immigrants that he's going to deport are all being housed and fed by the government. That ain't true. I don't think that's remotely true. Most of the immigrants in this country are probably working under the table and feeding themselves for the most part. I don't believe that all of the folks that came in this country under Biden are all, especially because they didn't all go to Chicago or New York. They're not all in sanctuary cities. You're not going to get all of that from some of the other places you guys are talking about. So I don't buy that. I do believe that, and keep in mind, if you're going to say that it would be cheaper to deport them than house and feed them, you do know while you're in the process of deporting them, you now are housing and feeding them. Once you grab an immigrant to place them up for deportation and they're fighting it and they're appealing and trying to stay, now you're cradle to grave entitlements. You're covering their housing. Now you're actually doing that. You're actually going to go to some company and yank an illegal immigrant away from the job they're earning money so you can put them in a facility where now you got to pay all their bills. So you're not taking that in consideration. We are going to be housing and feeding all of them. This dude was working when we found him. Now all of a sudden he's not working and we got to feed him and all of that until we can get him out of here. Some has to pay for the rest of the wealthy people's tax discounts. And that is kind of what it appears to be. Bro, what's going on in North Carolina? I don't know. What's going on in North Carolina? Somebody in the comments said, what's going on? I don't know. I'm not in North Carolina, and I haven't heard any major news coming out of it. The only reason they waited so long is, this comes from Chad on YouTube. I'll go to the box after this. The only reason they waited so long is because he couldn't appeal until sentence. 100% chance the New York Appeals Court dismisses the first ever case of its kind. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Like I said, my last caller suggested that because there is no punishment, Trump received no punishment, that the appeals court may not even touch it. I mean, like, what are you really here for? You just want it removed from your, we'll see. And with my last caller practically admitting, yeah, he probably did do some of this stuff. I think the mindset is that, like my last caller said, it should have been a misdemeanor instead of a felony. I think the belief is that Trump actually did do some of this stuff, but it shouldn't be a felony, or you let other people get away with it, so you shouldn't have came down on him so hard. I don't think the belief that I don't think people believe he's 100% innocent. Even Kevin O'Leary on Fox defending Trump stated, we do this all the time. People jaywalk all the time. People speed all the time. That doesn't mean you legally can do it. Continuing on with the program, one of my subs, Alan Quinn, I think that is. Good evening, Alan. Welcome to the program. If TikTok brings him up, no one is 100% innocent, says MAGA Reacts. Well, if you're not 100% innocent, then don't go around saying you are 100% innocent. Quinn, good evening.
What's going on, Tim? Why on earth do you keep bringing him up there? I think you do it. I think you do it because I'm gonna watch you, and then you're gonna get my blood pressure up, and you want to keep them stats up high on black men with blood pressure.
But tell me, what about Trump is not untouchable? Is that not correct? Is he not indeed?
No. It's very much correct, because you got guys like MAGA Reacts. I don't know how MAGA Reacts even eats food or takes in the air as deep as he takes Trump in. He don't miss a drop. He don't miss a drop.
Well, he thinks.
I'm just saying. I've never seen a man crush on another man so hard. Like, bro, stop doing that in public. We can see you, right? Like, cut it out.
Well, he believes the man is innocent.
Tim, he believes that man's tossed salad is really salad. I'm just saying.
So then let me ask you, since you're talking about tossing salads and taking a man in every draft, let me ask you this: why do you think he has become essentially the Teflon? Now, why is he untouchable? What is he offering America that is so great that folks don't want to touch him?
I'm gonna give you this, Tim. I'm gonna start here, and I'm gonna give him his flowers. The man is a messaging genius. I'm gonna give him that.
All right.
Simplify the message.
We're getting somewhere.
Know my target audience. My target audience are the uneducated. Let me start because he said that. He said that I love the uneducated.
Yeah, it was that was a term of endearment, like calling another black person a Negro. It was just in terms of endearment.
Go with that, Tim. However you need to spin it. Then what he did, he latched on to all those red pill dudes, all them incel dudes who can't get women.
Whoa!
Hey,
I think. Wait, hold on. I would think the marriage rate is probably higher among MAGA than Democrats.
Tim, most of the men who, I would say this, you have a split. You do have typical conservative red Republicans who voted for him. Mm-hmm. I'll give you that because they want to see their party continue. I'll give you that. But then he got these younger men who are all into that Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit. He got that audience.
Yeah.
Them dudes who can't get women, don't know how to talk to women, gonna pay somebody $500 to teach them how to talk to a woman. He got them. He got that Joe Rogan audience. Not very intelligent, but hey, you are who you are. Doesn't mean you ain't a good person. Just means you might not do the research to understand how a tariff really works.
So are you saying that you believe that the majority of Trump's supporters are uneducated and unintelligent?
I'm saying that they're uninformed and voted with their emotions.
That's what they say about liberals.
No, they don't, because they know we got to hide. If they do, they're stupid.
You never heard liberals vote based on emotion. They vote with their feelings. Where do you think the snowflake and the fuck your feelings came from? Is that liberals?
No. This is what I'm saying, Tim. How many people have you heard talking about the price of eggs?
Oh my! I was debating with somebody today trying to convince me that in California the price of eggs is $150 for a box or what? Something insane. They keep talking about eggs.
Tim, I ain't heard nothing about no eggs. I ain't heard nothing about the price of gas. I ain't heard nothing about none of this stuff. You know what I'm hearing now?
What?
We're gonna change it to the Go for America. It's the Go for America. We're going to Canada. We're getting Greenland.
But wait a minute, though. Imagine if Trump successfully acquires Greenland, acquires Canada as the 51st state, changes it to the Gulf. I mean, would he not have made America the biggest empire in probably out of all 47 presidents?
Tim, Denmark has already told him, hell no. You know how many times we tried to get Greenland? Do you know how many times?
Well, I had somebody say this, and you can take this any way you want to my MAGA audience. This wouldn't be the first time Trump heard somebody say no, and he kept going. So, Greenland said no. I mean, Greenland said no, but...
As MAGA reacts as that happens. But MAGA reacts always says yes. But my point is, we tried 4 times. Harry S. Truman was the last one to try, and I believe it was around 1945. We offered him $100 million in gold. And they said no. Bottom line is they said no. Yeah. Canada is looking at us like, you do realize we're a whole damn country. Cut it out. We don't want to be part of America. Y'all got that orange idiot.
Well, don't want. I mean, you got people in Greenland hanging around with MAGA hats on, talking about how much they, and I've seen this on a lot of right-wing sites. These folks in Greenland wearing MAGA hats, and they're talking about I'm like, you realize how unpatriotic that is? Can you imagine a bunch of Americans wearing the hat of another country, talking about come take us over? Like, how could you be celebrating these folks? This is about as unpatriotic as you can get.
Tim, that whole thing was staged just like his interview with the women on Fox. Remember when he did that interview, that town hall with all the women after he said that creepy stuff about, I'm going to protect you whether you want me to or not?
Yeah.
Remember that rap?
Yeah. Well, they voted for him, though. They did vote for
Again,
him.
that was a talent. You brought up the fact that all those people in Greenland had the hats on, right?
Yeah.
What I said was it was staged the exact same way.
Well, I will say this, and I get no shortage of women talking about they're losing rights under Trump and that things are getting rolled back. I'm like, look, Trump won the women's vote, mostly comprised of white women, but at the end of the day, a woman's a woman. He won the women's vote. So I don't know where women are complaining so much about Trump.
What
Like,
group of women? What group of YT women voted for him?
I don't know, the ones with vaginas? What are you talking about?
No. Uneducated, or educated.
Oh my God.
Suburban or rural? Suburban or rural?
Probably mostly rural.
Okay, Tim. Can I ask you a question, Tim?
Sure.
The majority of, and I know this is going to be controversial, and I know everybody's going to scream, he's a racist. But the majority of welfare recipients in rural America, what are they, Tim?
They're white women.
Okay. And what's their education level typically in that area?
I'm assuming they ain't a college graduate.
Okay, Tim. And you know, some of them may not even be high school graduates. I'm merely saying, I'm just pointing out what the numbers say, not what I say, what the numbers say.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is, I give him credit. He is a marketing and messaging genius because he knew who his target audience was. He knew it. But he also, and then what he did is he kept his messaging so simple. He didn't even bother to change it in the second election. And then he told them, why do I need to show up? Y'all love me. Y'all love me. Y'all gonna vote for me, right? He kept it as simple and dumbed down as possible.
Is that not a good thing, though? Who wants to hear legalese? I mean, shouldn't he get credit for that?
Tim, I want you to do this. I defy you to do this, Tim. I watch even your shorts. I want you to go around and just take your camera and just ask any random MAGA person. Are you MAGA? Yes. Okay. Hey, just for my own edification, name me and explain to me a Trump policy. You see that silence right there? You're going to see a lot of that.
That could be interesting.
Tim, they can't articulate to you a policy.
That could get to be interesting. I may actually do that. That could be interesting.
Hey, listen, I want at least 10% of the residual on that. Here's the thing. It's not that they're bad people. I'm not saying that they're bad people or anything. What I'm saying is you bought into something, and now think about this. You're a Bears fan, right?
Yes, unfortunately.
God, I feel for you. Now, you are ride or die no matter what happens with the Bears, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. Next year.
Okay.
We get them next year.
All right, and how many times do you see those guys with the blue on one side, the orange on the other half of the face, and y'all could be 0-15? They still gonna ride,
they
right?
down for the cause.
Now, look at the Trump people.
What do you? They win it, but they are winning though. The Trump fans are winning.
But listen to what I'm saying, Tim. He hasn't articulated one policy that can help them.
Well, even without the straight articulation of policies, they feel that they were doing significantly better. The country was doing significantly better under Trump's administration than under Biden.
I get that. I'm not disputing that, Tim. You ain't heard me disputing none of that.
Then that's why they voting for the man.
And I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen. He's gonna ride this wave of Biden's economy like he rode Obama's economy right until 2028. And you know what's gonna happen right then? That's gonna be the end of it. I guarantee you, 2026 he wrecks the economy.
All right.
From 2026, right after the midterms in 27 and 28, the economy will be trash.
Damn. So you're predicting a failed presidency for Trump?
I'm saying he's going to spin it different, but I'm saying the first half he's going to be fine because he's going to ride Biden's policy. But here's the thing: if you continue to cut taxes, where does your revenue for the government come in?
Well, it could come in from drill, baby, drill, the acquisition of Greenland or Canada. And I see Tammy Green in the comments agree with. But no, I mean, there are ways. If he does some of the other things, getting rid of immigrants, maybe he thinks that's going to work. Some of the things he's promising could produce money.
You're going to get rid of the immigrants. You do realize he already asked for $88 trillion, and the projection is that it'll cost us he asked for $88 million. The estimate is it'll cost us between $83 million and $1 trillion over a decade. Tim, Come on now, Tim. Now you know you come up here with me. You know I'm going. Come on now.
I'm not gonna lie. The deportation of immigrants will be a negative gain for our economy. I do believe
Okay.
that on every level. I don't believe getting. I mean, because like I said, those people, the belief is that they're all here getting free shit, and that's just
And
not true. They're here working hard for less than a lot of
right,
Americans. So I don't
right.
buy that. I don't buy that. I do believe what you're
And what?
saying that it's gonna cost a
And here's my
fortune.
thing: if you're an American and you're losing your job to someone who just got here, barely speaks the language, and has all their difficulties that they have, what kind of job did you really have to begin with?
It's a good point.
You have, you have squandered your American opportunity. Let's be honest and let's take some personal responsibility. Let's have some personal agency. Did you go to trade school to learn to be a plumber? Did you take that opportunity? Did you squander it away? Aren't we America? Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. All I need is an opportunity. My hard work will take me to the
But
promised
you
land.
got to come here legally, is what they're gonna say.
Tim, that's fine. I'm not arguing that point, but here's the thing. If any immigrant can come in and take your spot, did you really have a spot?
I've heard that before. That like you're right. That if this person can come here, knowing little about the culture, can barely speak the language and shit, and they can actually take your job, you really want that valuable to begin with. But the counter argument is it's your employer that is willing to put up with a haphazard person if they can pay them less than you. Just like I mean, we know companies. Like for instance, a lot of people don't like to scan their own groceries or dial an 800 number, have to go through all these prompts. We know that employers are willing to give substandard service if it'll save them money. Customers ain't happy to have to do all of that stuff. You walk in McDonald's and now there's nobody taking your order. The customers don't want that shit, but they're willing to let the customer suffer a little bit if they can pay out less. Same thing with the immigrants.
And you know what, Tim? Let me tell you what's so funny. He wants to put these tariffs on, and you know I work in ITPM. You know what's going to happen, Tim? This is going to be so funny. You're going to love this. We don't have the infrastructure for manufacturing. You know how it's going to take us about maybe 8 to 10 years to get it up. And Tim,
Wow.
guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen when I help them put that factory together? You know what we're going to do, Tim?
What?
We're going to put a whole bunch of new technology in there that instead of needing 20,000 American workers, we're only going to need maybe 150. Half of them going to be IT. The other half going to be making sure that the doors close on the loading bays. And all them Americans going to be out of a job, Tim. This man is setting our economy up to crash.
Well, we got to give him a chance. You know how that works. I got to move on at Quinn, but you got to get a man a chance. That's all we can do right now.
Tim, don't shake MAGA Rag's hand, okay? Just don't do that. And don't drink after him. If he comes over your house and has a drink, put a glass away.
Oh, my God. Tossing salads every drop. Appreciate it, Quinn. Thank you. All right. Oh, my goodness. I want to respond to a couple. Jesus Christ. Trump added to the, what is that? So, Adrian, I wanted to respond to a couple of super chats before we move the program on. Some has to pay for the rest of the wealthy people tax discounts. And yeah, I saw that earlier. Yeah. If you're giving wealthy people all of these, like the whole no tax on tips bonuses, that's going to benefit the upper class far more than the waitresses or the concierge or valet drivers. Because it's not just tips. It's like let's say you make $10 million a year and you get a $2 million bonus. You also don't pay taxes on it. They consider that a tip. So once again, it's going to benefit the upper class more than it is the waitress that's getting $40 worth of tips per night or some shit like that. It's going to benefit the upper class more. So even when he's doing for the poor, he's still doing more for the wealthy. And this is when we talk about the disparity of wealth and the wage gap. That extends it by doing that. Why does Trump attack Democrat governors for disasters but praise Republicans when people are killed? I need examples, Dennis. What is Trump praising Republicans? You said what? Praise Republicans when people are deceased. You got to explain that. I don't know what that is about. In North Carolina, the Republicans are playing like children, denying and deferring power to. Oh, is that where they're trying to? The woman won, and they're trying to find ways to negate her victory in the votes. I think I know what you're talking about. It won't even seal the Democrats. It won't even seat the Democrats who won. Yeah, I have heard about that. I mean, that's not gerrymandering. That's just cheating. That's just cheating. And you're not going to hear anything from the Republicans on that at all. I mean, they are trying to basically throw her victory away. I have heard about that case. Be safe when you do ask them on the streets. Those Karens and pigs. Now he talked about. My last caller talked about asking MAGA about Trump's policies and things like that. Will said, I need to make sure I'm safe when I do that because when I'm on the street doing it, because there's a hell of a lot of Karens and pigs out there. I actually I've been to a couple of Trump rallies. I tell you folks that all the time. And I did, just because people was coming up to meet me, and a lot of black people there. And then when you're 6'6", 300 pounds, I stand out. And people were, I was asking folks a little roundabout questions. I didn't want to make a scene at a Trump, but I did ask a few people questions. I kind of did it anyway. And a few a few low level YouTubers or whatever, because we were in line like 5 hours waiting to get into the rally. So there's a lot of energy in the crowd. We're talking and shooting the shit. I had a few people come up. I'm on camera somewhere out there because people were asking me how I felt about Trump and things like that. So it happens, but going on the street accosting MAGA, I don't know. It could be interesting. It could be interesting. James Harrison is big, 6'6", 300. All right, is that who I'm supposed to be? Whatever you do, don't smoke the Democrat. Crack, like crack rock. It says, don't smoke the Democrat. All right, look at it in the comments. Let me go back to continuing on. Before I go to the next caller, and I do ask that you tap the screen, 40,000. I'm still pushing for that on the likes. Show your boy some love. Tap the screen, get the likes up. 40,000, can we make that happen? I wanted to respond to another, Betty, I want to talk about what he was talking about in regards to the deportation. Here's something I want to run by you folks, and I could have made a whole topic out of this. Now, Trump is promising the largest deportation in history. And we know right now in Southern Cal, they've been ravaged by fire. I mean, they said like 10,000 structures have been burned to a crisp. 10,000 different buildings, houses, grocery stores, schools, you name it. 10,000. Now, obviously, California is going to be like literally ground zero for making money, in addition to scams, but ground zero for making money. They're going to need everything. People are going to be selling cars, tires, beds, wood, construction. They need everything in those areas. So what I want to ask you folks is, to some degree, is you think the largest deportation in history, while one of America's largest cities is in need of construction workers, you think those things might clash with each other at all? I mean, there's going to be construction companies from all over the United States going to Southern California. People need houses built. People need their shit right now. And those are people that have money. A lot of them folks that lost houses are actors and actresses. And I mean, they got a ton of, there's money in those areas. So them folks are going to want their places rebuilt. I mean, at the end of the day, fire or not, some of them places are right on the ocean. They're in great locations. All of these construction crews from all over the country are going to be flowing into that area. You think that the largest deportation in history, with all of the Hispanics that do construction, you think those things might clash a little bit? We'll see what happens. Let me know in the comments. Anyway, going back to the box, and MAGA React says, you're going to have to eat my ass when 2026 comes and the economy doesn't crash. You're referring to my last caller? Well, I didn't say the economy is going to crash in 2026 for the midterms. My last caller said it, though. Let me go back to the box. It takes time, by the way, the tax cuts. Even if the economy is on a process of crashing, it usually takes time for bad policies to start to culminate where you can see it's a bad policy. Continuing on, DJ Julio. Good afternoon, welcome to the program. Don't forget, 80% of the lumber we use comes from Canada. Oh, wow. But Trump doesn't give a damn about California, though. So Trump is not going to bend over backwards to help California rebuild. Remember during COVID, the hospital ship, he was playing games with the hospital ship because he didn't like the mayor, I think, of Seattle or something like that. If you're in a liberal area and you've had a clash or a back and forth with Trump, He doesn't give a damn about what your people are going through, in my opinion. I don't think, with Gavin Newsom being the governor of California, I don't see Trump rushing to help out Californians. I just don't. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't. I think North Carolina, which some folks said Biden left on the lurch after that hurricane, Trump would have rushed there a lot quicker. I don't know. I don't know if he would care. Let me go back to the box. DJ Julio, I don't know what happened. I tried to bring you up. We'll try it again real quick. Republicans are the only ones who care about vets. I don't recall the vets bragging, Fancy. When Trump was president for 4 years, I don't recall the vets bragging about how great they were being treated or how great the Veterans Administration hospital suddenly became. I don't recall that. DJ Julio, good evening.
Slagging, bud. I'm sorry.
Huh? Okay, apparently he got a bad signal or something. We'll continue on with the next caller. I think that says Esther, if I'm correct. Good evening, welcome to the program. Yeah, I don't recall the veterans bragging about how great things were when Trump was in office. Some of you folks in military, did you see it any different? Esther, good evening.
Hi.
Hey.
You guys have covered a lot of topics when it comes to Trump tonight, but I think Trump is an enigma because he has been in our media for so long,
Yeah.
not pertaining to politics, but on the terms of fame, and
True.
he is something that a lot of Americans would like to attain.
Yeah. And I will say in regards to what you're talking about, that's one of the reasons I often give why Kamala Harris lost, in addition to her being a bad candidate and some of the, I mean, like you're going up, you got 107 days to make yourself known because people didn't really know a lot about Kamala. And you're going up against a guy, as you're pointing out, we've known him since we've been alive. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
He's been in Inquirer. He's been in every news organization has had some type of publication about Trump over the past 40, 50 years.
Hit TV
He
show.
has literally been shoved down
Yeah.
our throats even
Yeah.
before he was even running for president.
Yeah. Hit TV. He had a hit television
I feel
show.
that he won a popularity contest, and I think that he has the charisma to seem like the guy next door to a lot of Americans. In the same breath, he can also sit in the room with billionaires and do his hustling and willing and dealing to make him seem more exalted. And he does say things that everybody wouldn't say. He does have that charisma about him, but also I feel that Trump has he is something. Unfortunately, we need to actually show the head of America what America really has always stood for, and that's greed and that's oppression for a lot of people.
You think Trump is in favor of oppression?
Well, I think no. I think that he attracts people who wants to.
Oh.
And I honestly don't think that, I think he says things to also appease what he think is going to make him money. Trump is a businessman. He's always been a businessman. He's very methodical about winning. And when people are methodical about winning, they don't care how they win. They don't care who they crush. They don't care who they don't pay. They just want to be on top.
Wow.
Unfortunately, this is our president, and he has shown us this throughout his whole entire career. So it's no surprise that all the billionaires are around him. And what I can hear about the financial industry, they are ecstatic because they know it's going to be a fake economy. So people who know they can make whatever money and they got money to invest, they're perching right now to make this money for a short period of time. They don't care if it's 6 months. They don't care if it's 2 years. They know they're going to make money. So if you're in a position to make money, this is why they're ecstatic. This is why they're running to down there in Florida to see him. This is why dignitaries are flying across the ocean to see him. When I tell you it's a global thing, it's not just an American thing, it's a global thing. And they're looking to make money. And whoever has money, whatever transactions that we don't even know, and that has nothing to do with America, but has everything to do with America because Trump is representing
But
us.
let me ask you this though: if all of these folks are looking to make money, is it possible that with Trump, so much money orbiting around Trump, it may help us out as regular citizens in this country?
No, it's not going to help regular citizens. It's going to only help you if you got money to position yourself to make money. So if you're in a situation where if the average American just worrying about bread and eggs, I'm sorry, your bread and eggs is going up,
Damn.
and your jobs are going to be lost.
So you think economically it's going to get worse under Trump? And before you answer that, P. Diddy in the comments was responding to me earlier when I was talking about Kamala Harris. You said she lost because no one likes her. That's the point I'm making. She only had 107 days to let you know who she was and to get that. She could have corrected a whole lot of shit over 40 years. That's the difference. But keep going.
To be honest, I feel that Biden should have stepped down a whole lot
True.
sooner.
True.
Was Kamala the most qualified? She's very more qualified than Trump is. I don't care what people say. She went on paper. You put her on paper, you put Trump on paper, she's more qualified. And that's hands down. And anybody who wants to say she's not is crazy.
You're going to get a lot of that, but I do
right
agree.
Candidate, I don't believe she was the right candidate for this time running against Trump, because Trump has this ball of fire of an enigma behind him. And also you got a lot of people, white Americans, that are afraid because they're are losing when it comes to education. They're losing when it comes to jobs. They're not being hired by grandfather that has been on these jobs for maybe 50 years, and you graduate from high school and now you can get a house or a job and make a decent living for your family. You're talking about a whole system that was in place for white Americans that has pretty much have dissipated. So Trump has also.
You said it dissipated?
Yeah, it has dissipated.
Okay.
It has really dissipated because I personally feel that a lot of white Americans, not all, do not want to compete. They want it handed to them. They want it easy.
So you're talking about a sense of entitlement. You're talking about a sense of entitlement.
And they want to rewrite history. They're doing everything to show who they are, and the people in power are making sure that people who are in fear has that power to feel like they're being saved, and they're not being saved, they're being buried.
So why do you think, if what you're saying is true, that, you know, this is predominantly about, you know, catering to the wishes of white America, why did he do so well with Hispanics? He actually won Hispanic men.
Why he did so well with Hispanics? Because I honestly think that they were afraid they are going to get deported, because I have a few friends that are very good in investments, investing. You know, they invested in prisons. People are making and banking on these prison systems to put them in. Not just Hispanics. You have Asians that are undocumented. We have Indians who are undocumented. We have a lot of people in this country that are undocumented. It's just that Spanish people are more highlighted because we're closer to Mexico.
Well, I think also too, there, in terms of quantity, there are far more Hispanics in this country.
It's far more Hispanics, because guess what? Texas was Mexico one point in time.
True.
I mean,
but even if you take Mexico out of it, Venezuela's never been part of America, and there's more Venezuelans in this country than Asians. I mean, everything south of the border, because they can walk here. You're going to have more Guatemalans here than Asians. I mean, it's just more of them coming up.
Yeah, it's more of them coming up, but also we have a big system that's going on because, you know, cotton is not king anymore. Marijuana will be. And so they got to actually change these laws and let some of these men and women out who have marijuana charges. And now we got to replace these bodies, and these bodies will be human trafficking. This is all what it is.
So then let me ask you this: with the way
it's legalized human trafficking.
With the way you're portraying Trump, I'm still kind of wondering, what do you think it is about Trump that makes people just gravitate toward? Because it ain't all millionaires and billionaires,
Because he's
obviously.
silly. People like silly people. Trump says the craziest thing, and sometimes you just like, did he say that? And people act like it was a Martin Luther King speech he gave.
Yeah.
And he's said something on the level of a fifth grade, lower than a fifth grade level, but he has timing when he talks. He has the charisma. He's just one of those guys who got the charisma, and I cannot knock him for that. No.
What about MAGA reacts in the comments? Says people like Trump because he actually listens to the people.
He listens on the level that he seduces them.
Ooh.
He's no more than a seduction.
Damn.
He's more than a vixen.
Damn.
He's
You're making him sound sexy,
He is sexy to people who want to ride on fear and hate and oppression. That is sexy.
No, it ain't to me.
Coming from a group of Americans, people forget how this country was built on slavery, Jim Crow, and actually America was embarrassed on how they dismantled Black America when it came to unaliving Martin Luther King, unaliving all these people who was fighting for civil rights. That all these people who coming in, Spanish Americans, and then they vote against what we even died for and was sold for. It's crazy. I don't understand how people can even see that and then look at how the laws they're trying to put into place. With this Project 2025, it's a book, it's a Bible. It's a Bible.
Well, he claims he's never read it, so you don't have to worry about it.
Well, I'm quite sure he hasn't read it. You know, Trump
I don't buy
read.
that. I don't buy that. There's no way in hell everybody, hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of people.
To tell him the highlights.
I don't.
He
Well,
had somebody to tell him the highlights.
maybe that. But the idea that he hasn't at least received a summary of what it is. I don't buy that. I mean, maybe he didn't read it all, but he knows what's in it. He knows the gist of it.
He knows what's in it because he likes his name in it.
Yeah.
And if it's gonna attract money, he wants money. Trump loves money. And you can't blame him. So when you see all these billionaires around him, they actually trying to, I think where all of them is tilting the power to take all the power away from us as citizens so that we don't have any choice, because they're going to pass the laws that everything that we, if you're not in a position to have a business or already have a business, it's going to be very hard for you to crack into even any governmental contracts. Like Elon, he getting all these governmental contracts, lining his pockets, okay? And they got rid of affirmative action, but guess what? When I used to go to these projects in the state of Georgia, when it came to bidding on these contracts, governmental contracts, and then, okay, I'm a African-American woman. I'm presenting for a business. And when I go in, it's a bunch of white men in the business. But when I look up their business, their wives are actually the business owners. But the wife don't know anything about the business. So when I tell you the affirmative action wasn't even really helping African Americans, it was helping white women and white men, because white women could say, I'm a business owner, but her husband. Now, how many women you know is a contractor? White women you know a contractor. You have some. But when you investigate it, their husbands are running those businesses.
That's essentially a
So
scam.
when I tell you affirmative action really didn't help a whole lot of Black American people, it didn't.
So then white women should be upset that it was rolled back.
They don't even know they voted against themselves.
Damn.
They're unaware.
Well, we'll see. We got 4 more years, Esther. I got to move on, but we'll see. 4 years coming up. Thank you.
Okay, good talking to you tonight.
Always a pleasure. Come like anytime. First time talking?
No, second.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back. Don't be a stranger. All right, moving on with the program. One of the things I want to talk about, because she mentioned Kamala Harris being qualified. I will continue on. And before I do that, RJM, you says, Tim, you need a real caller who supports Trump. If a real caller that supports Trump comes in the box, I will bring up immediately that real caller that supports Trump. Let me know in the comments. I don't, listen, I'm about free speech. You don't have to agree with a damn thing anyone has said on the program, including yours truly. Give you plenty of time to state your point. Yeah, I'll challenge you on it, but we're about free speech. So if a real caller that supports Trump, program is wide open to you. So understand that. MAGA React says I'm the only one. Yeah, MAGA, we talked. But yeah, certainly if you're MAGA, you lean right, independent, whatever. We believe in going left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We let everybody speak. So understand that. I've seen plenty of Trump supporters in your feed. They are not being brought up. Paul, give me some names. Give me some names. Let me know who the person is that's not being brought up. Give me some names. Does anyone know what the timer on the wall is for? We generally get a viewers about 10 minutes to get their point across. Like I said, I give people plenty of time. So you'll see the timer up there. I usually give about 10 minutes. That way we should cover quite a bit. Sometimes it goes over, you know how that works, but about 10 minutes. Anyhow, real quick before we continue on, the notion that Trump is more qualified than Kamala Harris, I hear that a lot from MAGA. They believe certainly that he was more qualified than her. My opinion on that is this. If you took away Kamala Harris's face, name, heritage, whatever, if you just looked at her resume, she is more qualified than Trump. I mean, she went from district attorney to attorney general to U.S. senator to vice president, and then she was running for president. Her resume literally looks like a stepping stone towards the presidency of the United States. It really does. Now, Trump has done a lot in the world of business. Yeah, he's had some bankruptcies, but he's made a ton of money. He got some benefits and some starts, but he's made a ton of money. But at the same time, his qualifications, Trump's qualifications are not necessarily what he's done. It is who he is. In other words, you probably know, maybe it's, let's say a musician, somebody who wants to get into the world of music, or somebody who wants to get into the field of acting. You can go to school to study acting, but somebody else may just have it naturally. They don't have any resume. They just showed up and they just seem to be a natural, according to the director. And they started getting cast in all kinds of movies. That's Trump. He doesn't have the qualifications on paper. It's just that he relates to people and he is a natural for being a politician. Kamala Harris is like the person that went to school that actually has the resume to show that she is qualified. Trump doesn't. He doesn't need it. I mean, that's just the way it is. Some actors are in big name movies and they have no professional acting training at all. They just was a natural from day one. I think Will Smith, one of the biggest actors out there, he's like that. Will Smith has had no acting training at all, yet he's an A-lister. So that's what Trump is, in my opinion. Is just somebody who we know, we've loved him from his apprentice, and he was considered one of the wealthiest guys back in the 70s and 80s in the country, and people just like him for that. He didn't have any serious resume other than people like me and I'm successful, and that was enough. So Obama would be Obama would be similar to that. He didn't have a well-stacked resume when he became president. He was a senator, and I believe that's really it. He went from being a community organizer to a short one-term senator, and boom, he's in the White House for 8 years. So sometimes it ain't about the resume. Sometimes it's just if you're a personable individual, which Trump is, in my opinion. Looking in the comments, Will Smith also learned to act through experience. Well, and Trump learned to be a politician through experience. You don't reach the upper echelons of being a real estate mogul in a corrupt city like New York without a lot of politicking. I mean, he's hanging around the Clintons at their weddings. He was a politician. He says, I'm not a typical politician. Yeah, but you've been politicking your whole life. So he like I said, I don't believe on paper Trump has the qualifications, but he's just a natural at being a politician. He knows how to schmooze, the kind of shit you do. Shaking hands and what they say, shaking hands and kissing babies. He was a natural at that. Everybody he meets, he compliments and he's friendly to them, like a salesman. He's just a natural at doing it. And that's all it took. Somebody said a great con man. I see Big Ben says, could be some of that. Tell an ugly person they're the most prettiest person you've ever seen because you're trying to get them to buy something. We've all went to a men's clothing store. There's a reason why they have attractive women giving you compliments when you put a suit on. He's that guy. He's been that guy for a long time, and it worked. Looking in the comments, a marketer, as somebody would say. Yeah, I do agree with that. He didn't have a resume. He's just good with it. RJM, the guy who told me I need to bring up more MAGA, is coming up. I would love to hear from him. Let me see if I can make that happen. RJM, I invited you on and you dropped out. How could you tell me I need to bring up more Trump supporters and then you don't come up? What say you, RJM? Good evening. Welcome to the program. I'm hoping you come through. I'm dying to talk to you. RJ, good evening. I'm getting silence. Come on now, RJ. The mic is on. All right, I'm going to have to drop this call. I tried to bring him up. Okay, apparently none's going on there, but he told me I need to bring up more Trump supporters. Saw him in the box and brought him up immediately, and he got real shy. What's the old song? He's so shy. Let me go back to the box. Continue on all that talking and comments. Now he freezes up. Well, I definitely brought him on. Understand, folks, TikTok being, owned by China and the right side of the aisle was not favorable to TikTok for that. So I get far more liberals on TikTok because there are far more liberals on the platform. But if you lean right and you come on the program, we don't run from you here. I get people that tear me a new one all the time. Sometimes they correct me. Sometimes I end up conceding the point. So it's not we don't play know-it-alls. We don't play a know-it-all here. We like to talk to the people from a free speech perspective. So if you lean right, we'll certainly bring you up. We'll try RJ again. If you don't come up this time, RJ, I'm gonna have to bring somebody else up. RJ, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Okay.
I've never done this before.
All right, well, you sound like my ex-wife before we got married. So what I want to ask you is this. What am I missing? What does MAGA want to say to me? RJ. Okay, apparently he's having some technical problems. There's nothing I can do. RJ, are you there?
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you got something going on, man. All right, I'm gonna have to move it on. Unfortunately, RJ, you're always welcome on the program, but you got to get your system straight. I don't know why you went from me being able to hear you to not, but certainly you're welcome back anytime. Continuing on, Stephen Bell, 746 or 7046. Good evening. He's getting his script together, says Debo. Well, get your script together. Come on and let me know what I'm getting wrong. I'll try another time. Yeah, RJ, come on anytime. Like I said, you're welcome on the program anytime. Doesn't matter what your political affiliation or opinion is, or even what you think of the host. You can get your point across here. My last caller is, better yet, my individual in the box, and I was doing that. Thank you, RJ says, I like your show. Appreciate it. Will says, Trump will play the who loves and voted for me so he can kiss up to me for relief money game. We learned that during this first time. Yeah, 100%. 100%. If your state is pro-Trump, your state will receive higher accolades when it comes to getting federal assistance. That's 100% true. We know that Trump rewards folks that like Trump. And that should not be in terms of the White House. You shouldn't be allowed to do. It's federal money. People are asking for FEMA help or something like that. It's their own money. You shouldn't be able to do that. But we do know Trump rewards loyalty, and he has done that from the White House. That's why he talks about red states and blue states. At the Carter funeral, Obama was trying to teach or tell a story to Trump, because we all know Trump isn't interested in anything unless it's about him. Well, it looked like they were two old chums there together. They really did. To see them two smiling together, I'm dying to know from Obama what that conversation was about. I don't know if I would trust Trump. I want to know what Obama has to say about that conversation, because we know Trump is known to exaggerate. So, for all we know, Trump might say, well, he was questioning, how could you win by so much? How did you turn it around? You know how Trump is going to make it sound. It was the best conversation in history, that type of shit. Some pretty lady get you to buy two suits when you, you're talking about the pretty ladies that are at the, selling you stuff. Yeah, there's a reason they do that, because they know being complimentary to some dude is going to make him more friendly to making a purchase. And a lot of times they're probably lying about it. Why do you think Trump had the Republican governors all gather up in Mar-a-Lago right after the funeral? Yeah. Circle the wagons. Let me know how many of you got my back so I can make sure I got yours once I'm in presidents. Yeah, if you got any criticisms of me, get them out in open right now. So when you need me, I'm gonna be there for you. I can see that. I'm sure Trump got a fresh pamper for the Obama moment. What is up with all these folks claiming that Trump wears diapers? I've heard that a lot. Let me go to the box. Try it again with Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Welcome to the program. Wow, glad to know that they never really liked me when I'm spending money, says Debo. Fair enough. Travelman, good evening.
Evening, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good, just hanging around like Mike Pence at the, so what do you think? When we're talking about Trump trying to do this, do you see him being successful? Because why is he coming across as if he is indeed untouchable?
Well, when the Supreme Court say you can't be prosecuted, you got total immunity.
That does
kind
help.
of make you feel that way.
That does help.
And the fact that he's gotten away with a lot of stuff, but part of it is because, well, he did win the election, so that does away with the January 6th. The other part is because of that crazy judge they had down in Florida, that tossed that case. So he got away with two of them that he should have really been going to court for.
Yeah. Before you continue, let me just say, William Lynn in the comments said, red states or blue states, if the state mismanages our money, would you give that state money? The problem with saying that is that if you got a Republican president in office, any money going to liberal causes is going to be mismanagement to him. That's the problem. Just like the liberals are not going to favor the wall. So if a Republican state is doing something towards, securing the border, so you don't want a president deciding who's mismanaging money like that, because his mindset is biased. His mindset is for Republican ideas. So that's why you shouldn't be able to do that.
Who's determining that they're
Trump.
mismanaging the money?
It would be Trump.
I mean, they had to actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they actually have to convince him last time that you had Republican voters in California?
Yeah.
When he was trying to hold up the money, they had to convince him you got Republican voters out there.
Yeah, and that's
and because of how California and also some of the votes in New York, because of the way that they voted the last few years, is the reason that the Republicans got control of the House.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is you don't want a president that is giving, that is controlling federal funding based on are you loyal, are you favorable to me, red state, blue state type deal. But I want to ask you this. This is somewhat slightly off topic, but this is coming from Trey Stevens in the comments. I think he's MAGA. He's saying, what about Trump giving money to those colleges? I think he's referring to the HBCUs. He says, I can't remember, they're primarily black colleges. He basically gave them a blank check. They don't have to ever ask for money again. Have you heard anything like that, where Trump is giving a blank check to black colleges so they don't have to ask for money ever again?
Well, so Trump gave this money out to universities, right? And it wasn't just the HBCUs that got the money. It was also other universities.
A blank check?
No, it wasn't no blank check.
They don't ever have to ask for money again?
No, that's because MAGAs they're on Earth too. Okay, so they tend to take things and they tend to blow it all out of proportion. Is what they tend.
That is a heavy exaggeration, because I don't care how much you don't like Trump or anybody. If they give you a fucking blank check, they just became your friend. You would know if he did that.
But I'm not looking at it, but I've read about it, and I think part of what I read also was, okay, well, Trump did that, but then I also read that in the following budget that he zeroed it out.
Wow. Somebody did.
I could be wrong. I'm just saying that's.
So you're saying he gave him a check and then he canceled it?
Well, he gave him a check. He gave them funding. But then Biden gave the HBCUs more funding than Trump did.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't a blank check where they don't have to ask for money again, which is what my viewers have. Like, are you? I mean, you would first of all, you would notice that those HBCUs are balling out of control if they got all of this money he's talking about. You would have heard that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So now that's another MAGA myth that they like to roll out as when Trump was trying to get more black voters. Okay. So so he authorized $225 million for minority institutions, not just HBCUs, of which HBCUs got 85 million. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to see what Snopes or one of the fact checkers say, because I do believe that, like what you were saying, I tend to agree that MAGA, and probably by way of Trump, are overstating or overestimating what he actually did for HBCUs, because in the world of HBCUs, they're not huge Trump supporters. So there's a reason why that is. He ain't gave them as much money as people think he has.
Okay, so and I'm reading it. What I just pulled it up. That's what I'm reading. But then he faced criticism from some HBCU advocates for budget proposals that cut programs on which the schools rely. See, now
So he gave them money on the front end and cut programs that they need on the back end. Yeah.
So overall, under Biden, I think they got about $12 billion or something total under Biden.
Yeah, I see Will is saying a very limited check to the HBCUs, less than any president ever. In fact, Only is saying something similar. They got the least money under Trump than any other president. So
But they try to make it seem. See Trump does that. He does that because also, he say, well, let's do we're gonna make taxes off of tips, right?
yeah.
We're gonna do that. But then he also, at the same time, eliminated or prevented the ceiling for people to work overtime. If you work overtime, you get paid, right?
Yeah.
So he wanted. So they stopped that.
What do you mean?
They stopped that.
What do you mean?
So let's just say in order for you to work overtime, there's a certain threshold that has to be met as per OSHA, right? And if you don't meet that,
What do you mean? You got to work more than 8 hours a day or more than 40 hours a week? That's the threshold you're talking about?
no, the money, okay?
What threshold? That's the only threshold I'm aware of before you reach overtime. Either you got to work more than 8 hours a day at most union jobs. Non-union jobs usually require you to work more than 40 hours in a week. But what threshold are you talking about?
Okay, so the Department of Labor, they got a salary thing. This is for salary people. Okay, so they wanted to raise it from 23,000 to 47,000.
Oh, you're talking about salaried employees.
Yeah,
I know, because Obama tried to change that, and they shot him down. I know what you're talking about.
So basically, they stopped it.
Yeah,
That
is
true.
true.
So basically, they saying, okay, we're gonna raise this up to $40,000. So that means up to $40,000, you getting paid overtime.
Yeah.
And the Trump administration cut it down to $23,000. So all those guys you see, old managers or whatever, that's working all these hours at.
I thought that actually happened. I don't think Trump is the one. I think Obama was trying to pass it, because Obama cited it as, right now they can put you on salary, and he was trying to say that you got to make at least $45,000 some odd dollars per year before they can put you on salary. And he used the example of, we got assistant managers at Taco Bell that only make $23,000 a year, but because they can put them on salary, they're working them like 60 hours, and when you break down how much they're making per hour, it's less than minimum wage. Obama was trying to be the one to raise it up, and the Republicans shot it down under his administration. That was already gone before Trump came along, I think.
No, the Republicans, in order to be eligible for overtime, right?
Okay.
It's supposed to be. They wanted to raise it for salary people.
Right.
You automatically eligible for overtime at say $23,000. And they say, Republicans say, that's too low. And so that's why they tried to raise it. And then the same thing with the tips. They did all kind of stuff with tips and all kind of stuff to hurt the workers.
Yeah.
But then they turn around and make it seem like, we're gonna take taxes off the tips. You know, so different things like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I don't know the specifics of what you're talking about, but we do know the Republican Party is more in favor of small and big business, and the Democrat Party is usually the party that focuses on the low labor person. But the Republican Party tends to think as long as you make sure big business and small businesses are taken care of, they will make life better for those at the bottom. The Democrats tend to say if you focus on the bottom, they'll be out spending money and they'll make the economy better. So they both talk about strengthening the economy, but the right favors that trickle down mindset. Do for the people up high, and we can depend on the people up high once they're doing better to look out for the people down below. And that's the way they operate.
Yeah, but we all know trickle down don't work.
No, I don't buy it. I think anytime you give somebody an option whether to share money, there's gonna be a lot of people that ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, you know. But so let's go back to what the original thing was, because we kind of went off track there with Trump. Okay, and y'all was talking about his conviction, right?
Right.
And that you know he's now is a convicted felon, and until that's overturned, he would be sworn in as a convicted felon. Now. He got convicted on 34 counts.
That is true.
He went through the legal system. He went through the judicial system.
That is true.
Right?
Yeah.
He went through the grand jury, and he went through a trial with a jury.
That is true.
12 people. You got 12 people to agree on 34 counts of guilty.
Well, they believe that the charges Trump got, either they believe that a lot of folks have done what he did and they never get charged, so why should he? Or they believe that these charges were minor, they should have been misdemeanors, and the guy just created felonies just to go at them. They believe that Trump was not treated right in the justice system, despite the jury, despite all of that. They still believe. I mean, they're not going to believe that Trump really should be charged. Even if they were misdemeanors, I don't think they would agree with it. They just don't want him charged with this stuff.
Yeah, but the reality is, irregardless, he went through the judicial system. Now, if it was BS, why didn't he get shot down by the grand jury? Which we all know the grand jury can, you know.
They believe every aspect of the court system, including the jury in New York, was corrupt.
Yeah. So 12 people they just picked off the street is corrupt.
They just found 12 corrupt people, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just crazy, man. But
Yeah.
that's MAGA world. That's how they think.
Well,
You know, it's the same thing with the documents case. Well, you know, he declassified the documents on the way out the door. That's BS.
Well, with you and I being African American, this is an interesting comment. Now, this is on the YouTube side. Next Generation Glass says, coming from the black community, this is almost hysterical. He says he was forced to go to a courtroom where the jury was already stacked against him. Sounds familiar when you go back to the old days. So did they treat Trump like a 1950s black man?
Hell no. Hell no.
I don't know where to go. I got to move on, but I thought it was humorous.
People, you know, let me tell you something. I'm sick and tired of people trying to compare what happened to black folks back in the 20s and 30s during Jim Crow. I'm tired of it. Okay? Because they don't know. They don't know. That, well, you know, well, this happened back. No. Most people don't even know black history. They know the surface of it. But they don't know the people that got lynched. They don't know the people who went in front of, who lynched somebody or they killed a black man or a black woman, and they went in front of the jury, and the all-white jury say, no, they couldn't have did it.
Yeah.
You know, so
Kind of like Mississippi Burning, where they didn't even want to charge the person. You had to
Exactly.
you had to force them to even hold a person accountable. So
Exactly, and that was reality. That was reality for black people and during Jim Crow. That was the reality. Hell, it was the reality all up until the 70s and stuff. You had my cousin went to jail because he had sex with a white woman, and her father found out, and they called it statutory rape. He went to jail.
Jesus.
See, so now this wasn't in the 1800s.
Yeah,
You know.
I remember doing something like I gotta move it on, but I'll say living in Chicago, my grandmother fled what was going on down there in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and she moved during the migration in the
Yes, sir.
'40s. And I'll tell you
And
something. When I was in my 20s, living on the south side of Chicago, I came home with a white woman once, and my grandma was scared as a. So I know what you're talking about. I do know what you're talking about, because there are so many people of color that paid a heavy price just simply for falling in love with the wrong person. I mean, which is why I don't understand why the African American community is anti, LGBT. Like, what they went through. Why would you do the same thing? You know what these people went through. You went through it. You gained freedom. Now you're going to oppress them. I never could understand that. But a lot of black
they
people.
would shoot a black man or beat the hell out of somebody just because they didn't get off the sidewalk when a white person was walking down the sidewalk. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just tired of people talking about, they don't hear always.
Yeah, a lot of those really awful things like that has been written from history. Some of the laws where I read a law once that if a black person and a white person approached an intersection at the same time, you had to let the white person go for it. I mean, it was really bad. It was really bad.
And one quick thing before you go, if you look at World War II and you read about World War II, you would think there was no black folks in World War II.
Great point. Great point.
You wouldn't know that a black tank battalion spent 180 some days on the front line continuously.
No credit at all. All right.
You wouldn't know it. All right, man.
Appreciate it. Thank
Good
you.
talking
Thank
with
you. Thank you. And he is obviously correct. I mean, there's been a million different movies about African Americans and their accomplishments in World War II where they weren't given any credit. A lot of folks didn't get any rewards at all until after they were dead. Didn't that just happen with the Tyler Perry 6888 movie where these women were, or movies like what is the movie about the women at NASA where they're doing all the mathematical equations, and once again they got little to no. I mean, there's just so many of those movies out there, which is why I often push back when anytime somebody says that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire, meaning that she had no qualifications. She got promoted just simply because of being a woman or being a person of color. And I always say that DEI is the American way. I mean, we were founded on DEI in this country. It was just, you knew 30, 40 years from now, I don't know who the mayor is going to be then, or I don't know who the police chief is going to be then, but I know it's going to be a white man. You knew that already. We've always been founded on DEI. It just became an issue when it started favoring people of color. But we always knew the next person to get this job is going to be a white dude. Principal of the high school, whoever runs the park district in town, the mayor, it's going to be a white dude. You already knew that. 20 years from now, it's going to be a white dude that gets this. I mean, so the idea that, Kamala Harris getting a DEI, since when was that an issue? We were founded on DEI. I mean, there's been 47 presidents and only one of them is not a white dude. You think that ain't got any coincidence to it at all? Huh? That just happened naturally like that. Looking in the comments, the DEI now is not what it was. Yeah, it's not. Because other people can qualify for it. Florida Blondie, he says the DEI now is not what it was. Yeah, it's not. Because it goes without saying that the primary complainant of DEI now are the ones that were receiving it in the past. It's mostly white males complaining about DEI. Those are the ones that were benefiting from it. And they can clearly see how bad it is to be on the wrong side of it. But our country was founded on that. It was literally founded on knowing that a white man, I don't care how qualified a Hispanic woman was or even a white woman, you weren't going to get the job. They weren't going to give you, I don't care how qualified, you're not getting this. It's going to a white dude. That's DEI. That is DEI. It's just not called it. You know what Trumpers and Kamala have in common? Word salad. White women benefit mostly. In what point? DEI, why can't we choose people to run a job of any kind based on their qualifications, not their skin color? Next Generation Glass, I'm 100% agreeing with you, but I don't like the fact that you do something that is against everybody, but in favor of you. And then when it all of a sudden starts being in favor of them, you want to point out, well, this is actually wrong now. I mean, DEI benefiting white males, as my last caller just pointed out, That shit just ended in our lifetime. I mean, the 1960s, 1970s, that stuff just ended during our lifetime. I mean, DEI has only benefited people of color for a generation or two. Oh my God, we need to stop this. After 200 and some years in the other direction, I mean, we need to stop this. This is crazy. I mean, so it makes it clear people realize how bad what was going on. Gen X says was a lot less fighting in government with no blacks or chicks. Wow. Now, as bad as it sounds, that is true. Gen X says there was a lot less fighting in government with no blacks or women. True. And I always say when we talk about it, and I'll go back to the box. And by the way, thank you guys that are tapping the screen. We might be able to get up to 60. I'm gonna push you. 60,000. Somebody's showing the program some love. So thank you for tapping the screen. In regards to the government running more efficiently, or let's say less combative with only white men in it, as he says, without, like he says, there was a lot less fighting in government with no blacks or chicks. Well, actually, no Hispanics, there was nobody anything, no Asians, no nothing. But there's going to be less fighting under those circumstances. And I'll tell you this. You often hear about crime in liberal cities. Crime is rampant in liberal cities. It's not like that in conservative areas. Same mindset. When you put a lot of similar-minded people in one area, there's going to be less conflicts. That's why there's going to be less and I always say that's why it's easier to be a Republican politician than a Democratic politician. Because if you're a Republican politician, you just have to appeal to straight white Christian males. You don't have to, everybody don't get a seat at the table. So the government is going to be less combative with only white males because you got a bunch of like-minded people. Now, they're not concerned with Muslims or LGBT or the mindset of black. It's a bunch of white guys governing from a standpoint of what's best for a bunch of white guys. It's not a lot of reason to fight. That works pretty well when you can ignore everybody else. But the Democratic Party, you see what happened with Kamala Harris, where you got to defend Israel, while you also got to deal with the pro-Hamas and Palestinian crowd. You got to hear what the LGBTQ community said, which is the transgender community. We know that really hurt her chances. That transgender shit hurt her a lot. She's listening to them. She's got to listen to the blacks. She's got to listen to the Hispanics. I mean, she's listening to, this is a big tent party. The Republican Party, mostly white, and the people in the party are willing to follow along with the mindset and desires of white males. I mean, even when you run into black Republicans and you listen to what they're favoring, what they want, it sounds like you're talking to a white dude. It's the same stuff. They're not talking about racism or HBCUs, and they're talking about the same stuff the white guy's talking about. So are the women. The Republican women ain't talking about women's rights and all that. They're talking about the same stuff. So it is very easy for a Republican politician because you're really only focusing on one group. And that's why you notice when you look at the map of America after an election, you see all that red area? It's mostly rural areas where that one type of people are the overwhelming majority. You don't have to focus. Ain't no lot of LGBT people you got to worry about in the middle of Alabama. It's straight white Christian families. It's easy. It is a lot easier. I agree with you 100%, Gen X, when you said that. That there was less fighting in government with no blacks and no chicks. Yeah. Because when there was a government that did not contain blacks, did not contain chicks, they governed in a manner that they were not concerned about the whereabouts of blacks or chicks. They didn't care about them. So, yeah, it's a lot easier. Looking in the comments, good point, though. That's all they talk about, that's all they talk about, and they are most racist motherfuckers out there. Oh, you said that's all they talk about, and they're the most racist motherfuckers out there. Who are they, Paul? I'm assuming you're talking about blacks or women or what? That's a little racist. I mean, constantly mentioning color when it's based on qualities. We've been in this country forever trying to say that race is not a major issue. When did it end? I don't know, because people have always said that ain't, that is not a major. It is an issue. I mean, whether we want to agree with it or not, I'll leave it at that. But let me continue on. Somebody's talking to AJ. Good evening, AJ. Somebody said, "Well, AJ, if you want money, you better hope you have a lot already because you won't get any through with Trump." That remains to be seen. AJ, I mean, Trump might pull it out. Let's get a guy a chance. Let me go. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats here before I continue on. And thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Can we pull that 60,000 out and likes there? A very limited check. I saw that already, Will. Just real quick, I want to make sure I didn't miss it. Paul Sauce, are you racist of the LGBTQ? Are you a racist person about them? What have they done to you to make you hate them? They've known nothing to you. Leave them alone. Oh, Tracy, so you're saying that my guy Paul does not like to look. Everybody has no problem with the LGBT community until you ask the LGBT community. They know who likes them and who don't. Same thing about African Americans in this country. Nobody has ever had any problems with black people until you ask black people. Leave it at that. Real quick in the comments here. Ha, you're funny, Tim. Jojo, let me know what I said that was comical. Elaborate on it. I don't know what I missed out there, but what is Trump doing for California besides divide and conquer? Because that's what he's doing. If dividing the states, he just loved dividing people. Well, while I agree that Trump is a big fan of intentionally dividing people, he's not in power yet. He can't do anything for California. It's not his job. It's Biden's job for the next 10 days or so, or whatever it is. I mean, he's not in power yet. So we'll see what Trump does for California because he will become president while that case is at its peak. So it will fall on him to do something for California. We'll see what he does. We'll see. Like I said, you got to give him a chance. The all-black battalion in World War II was 761st Tank Battalion, also known as the Black Panthers. Yeah, there's just so many accomplishments and accolades that African Americans in World War II and any war before that did not receive. It's insane. I mean, it is. I don't. My grandfather fought in World War II. He passed away in '99, and I wish I had asked him, "Why did you do it?" I mean, you weren't fighting for freedom. Why did you do it? I mean, you come back in 1945 after the war is over. Was it 45? Yeah, 1945. They treat you like shit. You didn't fight for your freedom. I mean, some of the countries you fought against would have treated you like this. Like, why did you do it? I don't even know why blacks fought in World War II. I mean, some of them folks, you fall in love with a chick in France, they won't even let you bring your girlfriend home because it's illegal for you to be with her. Like, some of them stayed. You might as well just stay in Europe. Like, why are you fighting for this country? They don't like you. I can't believe white people had the capacity to talk about DEI after all the history. Well, a lot of times when you're benefiting from something, you don't realize that you're benefiting from it. You only realize it's wrong when you're on the other side of it. And I think that is the case for a lot of white people, Caucasian. I don't think you don't realize how bad something is until it's being done to you. And when you just, like you watch TV now, people complain. You got cereal commercials with interracial couples and black people. Like, when the commercials featured nothing but white people, they weren't complaining. I mean, most of America's history since the invention of the television, all the commercials just had nothing but white actors in them. Only until maybe the 90s did you really start seeing black people, and they noticed it right away. Right away, like, damn, why are you showing a cereal commercial with an interracial couple? Why do they got to be interracial? Why are there so many of these people or LGBT members all of a sudden? They started noticing it. But most of our history, the television set, 1940 or whatever it came around, all of that shit had white people in it. They didn't notice it. It was just normal. So you don't always notice something wrong until you become the victim of it. Then you can see it. And I'm not even saying putting other people in television commercials is even victimizing you. But you can notice when you're not on top. Or that you're starting to deal with. Let me just say it like this: going from being on top to being one of us all is a downgrade. It is. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I can totally understand that. If I know I can go apply for a job and only people like me can get that job, I'm going to prefer that environment than an environment that requires I compete against everybody. So going from on top to equality is a downgrade, and some people are speaking out about that. They don't like it. I understand it. It's not a benefit. I can understand why they're complaining. You shouldn't have never been there to begin with, but I can understand why they're complaining. I don't know if the box closed or not, but it's open. Real quick in the comments here. I am real worried about our country with that man Trump, says Just for Laughs. Worried how? A lot of folks think he's going to give us a great economy. So let me know what worries you about him. Arshafat says, because we're here and we exist. Arsha, I saw you in the box. I don't know what happened. But we'll see. Get a guy a chance. You got to get a guy a chance. That's all I can say. He might get in there and do a good job. Richard Crosby, excellent point. They held a high standard for those airmen of World War II and were, yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know why blacks fought in World War II. I just don't. I mean, you knew when you go home, they're going to go back to treating you like shit. We all know Gene is racist. What? Racist as fuck and believes black people should be basically back in chains. Who is saying that? Yikes. Let me go back to the box. Who is saying something that awful? MAGA reacts. I'm assuming you heard something you didn't like. Good evening.
Well, no, I just wanted to comment about Trump's qualification versus Harris's
Okay,
qualifications.
let's have it.
She's what I call good on paper, but in actual practice, I think she would have been a horrible president. And then
How do you?
you're
But that's
looking
just
at his
you could be
qualifications from
right, but that's speculating. We don't know if she would have been horrible or not. That's just speculating.
and from everything I've seen, how she handles the press, how she handles any situation that we've seen her in, including as a senator and as VP and as running for president the first time, she's shown me nothing that shows that she would have made a good president.
I don't
And with
recall
Trump,
her receiving a whole lot of negative regards as a senator. Now, as a VP running for president, that 107 days, there's a whole lot of negative shit, like her talking about telling The View that she wouldn't change nothing for Biden. I mean, she didn't run a good campaign, but that's 107 days. But her as a senator,
also
her as
her
a
first campaign, and I remember watching her in
yeah,
senator.
Biden. You do realize that
questioning people.
when Biden won in 2020, that was the third time he was running. So just because she ran a poor campaign once, they ain't saying anything.
I mean, Biden barely snuck in there.
No, he
had
did
COVID
not.
related.
He won every swing state. He didn't sneak in there. He won by the same margin
Yeah,
that Trump. Trump is going around saying he got a mandate and won by a landslide. Biden won by the same amount.
as far as the actual win, Trump only won by 200 or 300,000 votes both elections, and Biden only won by like 40,000 votes. If you give Trump a couple of votes in Georgia, 13,000 in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona, and like 20,000 in Wisconsin.
I think you're wrong on Biden only winning by 40,000 votes. What are you talking about?
Like I said, if Trump had 13,000 votes in Georgia, he would have won Georgia. If he had like 11,000 votes in Arizona, he would have won Arizona. And then 20,000 votes in Wisconsin, he would have won Wisconsin, and he would have been president.
Also, you're breaking it down per state on how he could have won.
Yeah, because the Democrats are doing the same thing too. Some of them are. I've seen that online. Where
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I'm just
now,
simply saying that.
Trump only won by 200,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm just simply saying when you look at the Electoral College, Biden won by just as much of a convincing margin as Trump. He won all the swing states. He got like 10 million more votes than. I mean, he won. He didn't barely slip in there. He won.
No, I'm looking at the Electoral College and the specific votes that Trump needed.
Yeah, okay. You're breaking it all the way down to the state. Okay, I get it. You're breaking it all the way down to the actual.
That's what counts. That's what counts. And the only closer election was the 2000 election, where 500 votes decided the winner in Florida. That's the only election closer than 2020 was the 2000 election, where like if 1,000 people voted a little differently, Gore would have won. Which I believe that election was also stolen, so do a lot of people.
Yeah, well, like I said,
2000 election.
That part I
But
can't.
anyway,
Go ahead.
the only thing I really wanted to say was like when you talk Trump's qualification, You're talking when he became president in 2016, and I agree with you there. He was more qualified than Trump in 2016. But I don't think anyone's more qualified than Trump in 2024, because not only did he have 4 years of being president, which no one else has, except for maybe Biden, but he also had 4 years of a break to think about what he did wrong and how to do it better. And he also had 4 years of Biden doing everything wrong.
Yeah,
and,
but
you know,
Trump was
teaching him what not to do.
Yeah, Trump is more qualified than Kamala after his first term if you take into consideration his good points and ignore all the bad ones. Because as a president, you also hire and fire people. His HR skills are terrible. I mean, the turnover rate, the division, all of the people that fired, all the people that testified against him, people writing books. You're going to take all of that out of there. You're only going to give him, you're only going to put on his resume the positive stuff. But all of that negative stuff is in there too.
Which I agree with you, but he also had the 4-year break to analyze all that, which I think helped him a lot. Like the 4-year break.
You see that guy during the 4 years, he tried to appoint Dr. Oz, Herschel Walker, Matt Gaetz. You telling me he's learned? He's still appointing bad
He
people.
has learned from trying to get Dr. Oz in there too, that his power can't be transferred. He learned from everything. I mean,
So
if
Matt
you're not learning
Gaetz,
from these things.
he learned from Dr. Oz and he follows up with Matt Gaetz.
I mean, I don't
You
know.
laughing? I get it. You
That's
laughing? I can literally hear
Brother,
you
you're very
laughing.
good at tripping me up with these things. I can't answer all these questions. I'm just saying he's learned more than she has. He's learned a lot. I'm sure, like, if she tries again in 4 years, she'll learn from all her. I mean, isn't that what you guys are saying? She didn't
I'm
have
just simply,
enough time
I'm
to
going
make
by.
mistakes to learn like he did.
I'm going by what you said.
not
You
like-
said in the off season, over the 4 years, he learned from his mistakes, and I'm like, his hiring shows he ain't learned from any of that stuff. He has not learned from.
Well, no, at least he's hiring people loyal to him that aren't going to write a book. You don't see Matt Gaetz writing a book about how Trump screwed him over right after he left.
You should be
Like the other
hiring
guys
people
did.
based on whether they are qualified or not whether they loyal to you or not.
Well, this time he gets both. He gets qualified and loyal.
Matt Gaetz was
The last
qualified
time
and
he
loyal.
didn't. Yeah, I don't think anyone arguing that he was qualified or not. Everyone was just arguing that he was a perv.
He was a criminal.
Well, no, I don't think he was found guilty. I mean, he wasn't found guilty of anything. Even that girl, like, didn't really tell him his age.
You
And
realize
I
all
think
of that
it's
is
a
when you
little
say Trump is more qualified. You realize all this stuff you're saying. That's all on his resume. You ain't nobody gonna hire somebody with all that crap on their resume.
I think he's. I mean, American people obviously did because the stuff they care about mattered more than
Yeah.
the stuff.
Well,
Plus, some of that stuff, the Matt Gaetz stuff, was after he won.
Well, I'll tell you
So,
something in
I
regards to the American people. I think our history in this country has shown as long as you are making people happy, they'll overlook and turn a blind eye to a lot of bad shit. I mean, as long as you're putting a few extra bucks on somebody's table and lowering the price of eggs, they'll turn a blind eye to wars that were unnecessary, racism, they don't care. As long as you hook them up with a little something, they'll let you go out there and just destroy people's lives and do all kinds of awful shit. Our country has proven that. And I think we're not the only country on earth that does that, but just because people are putting you in there don't mean that means you're a good person. It just means you're satisfying them temporarily.
Yeah, but still, like Trump was. Listen, Trump's always been under a microscope, especially when he became president. And if this is the worst that they could do, like he's better off than like say Biden or any other Democratic president, where we had a bunch of people die in Iraq and a bunch of people die all over the world. Right now, a lot of people are dying in Ukraine.
You know, it's crazy that you bring. It's crazy that the right often brings up all of the unnecessary wars and stuff like that because I think back to the Dixie Chicks and Cindy Sheehan. You guys were the ones that were telling folks that were against all these useless wars that they were unpatriotic and they didn't love their country. Bill O'Reilly talking about freedom fries and boycott France and all that. It was the right that was in favor of all these wars. Now all of a sudden Trump comes along and says they were a bad idea. Yeah, they were stupid. Go ahead.
But you gotta realize, a lot of us, including myself, were Democrats until Trump. So I agreed with you until, like, I still agree with you that they were stupid. So a lot of us switched over with Trump. Like, you're making it sound like we all just changed our mind because, he's a Republican. No, we're Democrats and we changed to the Republican side.
That don't make any
I
sense
hate
to
to
me.
even call myself a Republican. That's why I call myself MAGA, because I don't agree with all that shit that Republicans did before.
Yeah, that doesn't
Trump,
make any
including
sense.
the Iraq War.
You say you're a Democrat that voted for Trump. What made you? Give me your Democratic policies that you would have voted for Trump. I mean, if you were a true Democrat,
I
and
mean,
you may be an
I voted for
independent.
Obama, and I voted for Hillary before that.
So as
And
a
I hated Bush.
give
I
me
didn't
your
vote against Bush because I was young, but
okay, you're a Democrat, which leans left. Give me your policies when you were a Democrat, things that you favored that made you not like Bush or McCain or Romney.
I mean, I was anti-war. I was just anti. I was just young. I was doing it because I thought myself liberal. I like freedom to do whatever I want. I didn't like to be judged based on who I liked or who I am. I wanted to be judged by I don't know. I just
Yeah, you know.
because of the cultural war, because of the culture. That's who I was. I was a Democrat, and I voted for Obama and Hillary because of the culture. Because I liked Bill Clinton and I liked Obama the person.
I'm not hearing.
But
Yeah, but
once
I'm
I
not
started
hearing.
to
Right.
analyze
Right.
what's
Well,
up,
then you're doing exactly what I said. Trump won just because he was good at communicating with people. Because when I ask you for policies, you're not able to give much. It's just I like Obama because
agree.
but because if you're a Democrat, pro-choice, you're for some entitlements, universal health care, you're not going to switch to Trump. So it's hard to believe any Democrat, a true Democrat, is going to vote for Trump because he obviously leans right. So why would if you're voting for Trump, it's
Well, he
based on.
doesn't really lean right though. He's like in the center. In my eyes, he's in the center.
But
He's a little bit of everything. You get
he-
a little bit of everything. with
He's in.
Trump.
You might believe he's in the center, but the policies that he is passing, the things he's doing, are to the right. He ain't passing nothing that's considered left.
Then I agree with you. Like I thought I was culturally to the left, but then the more I thought about it, and the more I got to know Trump's policy and got to know the Republican Party more, I'm pretty conservative. I grew up in the church. I've always been as far as I want to be liberal, but in the end, I'm really conservative.
You ever heard of
it?
it? I'm gonna give you a term that sounds a little different, but you should recognize it. You ever heard of the phrase a dino?
No.
You ever heard of a rhino?
Yeah, I heard of Rhino. Yeah.
Okay, you're a dino. I gotta go. Yes,
Well, isn't
you
that the
were a
problem,
dino.
though, that a lot of people were misinformed back then because the information was hard to get by, but now we're very informed. So now there's less dinos than rhinos because we're way more informed than we've ever been. And
Right.
but it's funny, like the Democrats say that people are voting for Trump because they're misinformed, which is the opposite. We're voting for Trump because we're more informed than we've ever been before in our lives.
I can push back. I gotta move it on. I gotta go.
We can't fall for these old tricks because we are more informed than ever before.
All right. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Moving on. And I will say, in regards to him saying you're more informed than ever before, I don't know the way they view the election, and he's talking about the largest inauguration crowd, more than MLK, and Haitian migrants. If you're listening to Trump and you're walking away thinking you're more informed, you do realize a lot of that stuff is exaggerations and not true. So I don't know what he means by more informed, unless you got the ability to interpret where Trump is not being honest about something when he is. Because if you're getting your information from him and you're more informed, I'm telling you, a lot of that stuff is not true. He is telling you things that are even right now. He's claiming that Governor Gavin Newsom, and he uses the name New Scum, which I think is going to stick. Trump is really good at nicknames. Like New Scum that's a good one. That's going to stick. But anyway, he's using Gavin Newsom. He's saying that he's blaming him for the fire, saying that this guy signed something against some kind of water program. All of the news networks, with the exception of Fox, are vehemently disproving this, and it doesn't even exist. Saying that what Trump tweeted out about Gavin, that's not even true. So that's what I'm saying. If you consider yourself informed, understand a lot of stuff that Trump is saying is not accurate. I mean, he's saying things that benefit him. He's not necessarily saying things that are always true. The real question should be, why did black people fight in all the wars? One was Sade. Okay, that word is misspelled there, Will. It says one was Said as white people were making them literal bullet stoppers. So what, forcing them on the front lines? Damn. But mainly it was to prove worth or in better stat. Well, I think they probably were fighting because if they didn't fight, they were going to go to prison or even be shot for treason or something like that. But it does beg to question, why would black people even get involved in those earlier wars in America? You couldn't, I mean, no matter how brave you were on the field, you were never going to get the Medal of Honor. Your rank was only capped. You could only climb so high in the rank. I mean, the likelihood of you becoming a general was zero, or even a colonel. I mean, so yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're fighting for an army that views you as less than. I've heard rumors that some of the captured prisoners of war that were German were treated better than some of the blacks. I don't know if that's true or not, but I mean, yeah, I don't know why they were fighting in it. But it was all for naught when black people came home, still got treated like crap just based on the color of skin. Racists will forever be racist. Well, hopefully we've gotten rid of some of that in society, but I'm sure it's not 100% gone, which is what the right often alludes to, is that it's in the past. It's not 100% gone. I'm sure of that. I believe MAGA Reacts is suffering from confirmation bias. Continuing on, real quick, God's hand is protecting Mr. Trump. Shouldn't his hand be protecting all of us? What is this? God bless America and no place else? I mean, why is God only protecting Trump? You really think out of 180 countries on earth, 7 billion people or more, God's focused on this one dude? Is God that self-centered? I mean, this dude got like gold toilets in his crib. If you really want to focus on somebody, how about focusing on some people that barely can even own a place to live in? I mean, like, really? The dude with the gold toilets is the one you focusing on? That actually makes God look bad. I just want to tell you that. That makes God look bad. This dude has enough money to guarantee the well-being of the next 3 or 4 generations. That's the dude you focusing on? How about the Ethiopian dude that's laying over there with the flies on his belly, that's eating grass? How about that dude? I mean, like, really? I mean, that's kind of comical. God is protecting Trump. That is actually kind of comical. I mean, is God really that biased? Really? That makes you just want to get up and walk out of church. You think I'm donating this $5 that I can barely afford to 10% of my income to him? That makes you want to get up and walk out of church if that's happening. But it's funny, though. It is. It's hilarious. Stop saying God's name in connection with the Lord. True blasphemy, says Just for Laughs. All right. Of course, it isn't gone. It is the grandparents of today's MAGA. Racism is alive and well. Well, it's illegal. At least that part. Let's at least admit that. It ain't 1950 where you can do racist shit out in the open. It is illegal. I mean, remember the guys that down in Texas back in the late 90s, they took a black man and dragged him behind a pickup truck until his body disintegrated. They went to prison. They got death row and they got executed. That wouldn't have happened in 1950. They probably would even got charged. The state of Texas probably would have refused to even charge them with a crime. You would have had to go to the federal government in hopes of getting a civil rights violation. Well, in 1950, that didn't even exist. So they would have walked away scot-free. So we have made progress. I'm not saying that we're perfect, but we have made progress. People, I mean, you think Derek Chauvin, the guy who took George Floyd's life, you think he would have been in jail in 1950? No, he would have been free. Even if it was caught on camera, he still would have walked free. So we have made some progress. There are people that are getting in trouble for doing this stuff. Maybe not as many, some might argue, but people are. I mean, you can't do it out in the open anymore. So you got to kind of keep it closeted. If Jesus was here, I'm sure he'd be posted up at the border with an AR-15. Exactly, Jay Roman. That's exactly. I often say that if America was running the Last Supper, we would have charged for the bread. We wouldn't. Hey, that's a socialist. Jesus was a socialist. You can't give away the bread. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I had to go out and make this money to buy the bread myself. Why can't you do it? I mean, we would have charged for the bread. So, as I said, I still have a hard time believing America is a Christian nation just based on the insane amounts of greed. It just, I don't see how. I know how we feel about folks like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. I can't imagine if God, Jesus is the way we portray him. I can't imagine that he would be okay with that. I mean, Elon is on the cusp of becoming a trillionaire. I can't imagine that God or Jesus would favor that. Where you got so many people that are poor, even in this country. I just can't imagine that. I mean, like, this one dude is going to have all of that wealth. You know, it's just sitting in the bank. This could be feeding people. I mean, it could literally feed whole cities at one time. That money's just sitting around somewhere. There's no way you're going to convince me that God or Jesus would think that that was okay. And that's just Bezos. I mean, that's just Elon. There's Bezos, there's Zuckerberg, Gates is promising to give his money away eventually, but right now he isn't. Well, I don't know about Gates. Gates is pretty charitable, so I'll put him in a different category. Elon is not known to be all charitable. I mean, I've never heard of Trump being like, look, he gives money here and there. Trump is not known as being very charitable. I mean, I just, I just think of the way we were taught about religion, and I don't see how they would favor that kind of stuff. It doesn't matter if I was a slave, it doesn't matter if I was a slave, you were never a slave master, but you benefited. Give the slave money back then. Yeah. So someone having money is now not Christian, says Florida Blondie. Having money or having insane amounts of wealth. I don't look at Elon Musk and say he has money. He's way above whatever definition that is. Not to mention, let's say Jeff Bezos, who's supposedly the second wealthiest man, at least in America or whatever. You got Amazon employees who going on strike saying that they don't get paid enough. You got gas stations out there that have literally went on the news complaining that Amazon drivers are pissing in bottles and filling up their garbage cans, so that when the guy who cleans the garbage cans at the gas station empties the garbage, he got all these bottles of piss in there that the Amazon drivers are pulling up and dumping in there because they don't get lunch breaks and shit. They don't get enough time between delivering packages to take a piss. So they're being rushed like that. They're working for the second richest man in America. No, I got a problem with that. I got somewhat of a problem with that. In fact, you got a lot of drivers that use their own cars and shit like that. Yeah, I got somewhat of a problem with that. That's why when you hear wealthy people having bad outcomes, a lot of people don't give a damn about them. Like, what happened with Brian Thomas of United Healthcare, or the Cash App guy, or now even the fires in California, because a lot of people losing their houses are rich. A lot of people don't have no sympathy for them. And because them folks are hoarding money and things. We're beginning to have a society where people are not liking wealthy people. I tell people this all the time: just because God is with a person doesn't necessarily mean he or she is great or the best person and good things are ahead. Well, that's what hurts. That's what hurts my religious beliefs, is that just to let that stuff go on. People are praying to this guy, and clearly he's not going to answer the prayer. I mean, thoughts and prayers after any school shooting is a perfect example. Clearly, God has no intentions of stopping that. I mean, how many people have prayed after a school shooting? Clearly, he is not going to stop that. It's going to be up to us to stop that. And I think in that same situation, some of that applies to what you're saying there, Will. Going back to the box, Arsha Fine, good evening. Welcome to the program, Arsha. Stop saying God's name in connection with the Lord. I saw that already. Arsha, good evening. Arsha, are you there? Hey.
Hi. Sorry.
I'm doing good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm putting together a fountain. I was not expecting to get on so quickly.
Okay, well.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So what do you think? This guy is untouchable?
No.
88 indictments, 34 felonies, 0 punishment. How did that happen?
But he still has the 34 felonies on his record, which
Okay.
sucks for him.
Barely.
The thing I'm more concerned about is why 4 of the Supreme Court justices voted to infringe on 12 jurors.
What do you mean?
Well, Amy Comey Barrett and was it Senior Justice Roberts aligned with the liberals, and there were the other four that seemed like, well, they voted to, overturn and intervene in the law, and I think is concerning.
Yeah. Well, Roberts is going to be gone soon. I mean, because I don't know. Wait a minute. I know he's going to, not Roberts, but he's going to get rid of the two that's really on his side, Alito and Thomas. But I don't know. You might see Roberts go. I mean, you may see a 7-2.
No.
Right.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think that, the justice won because they, decided not to intervene or overthrow or, succumb to, he wasn't untouchable 100%. I mean, granted, none of us thought.
I don't know. You don't think Trump is untouchable? I'm seeing otherwise. Who else? Who else could go from 34 felonies to 0 convictions? I mean, 0 punishment.
Well, okay. Are we talking about the same person?
You're talking about Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. So do you think that having that stain on his record with his ego is punishment enough?
If I could get convicted of 34 felonies and my only punishment is a little bit of an ego, that is nothing. I mean, that's it. That's nothing.
But they were Class E felonies. Like, these aren't. It's not like he was. He didn't.
Ursha, you could get more punishment driving 10 miles over the law than he got for 34 felonies. What you trying to tell me?
No, I get it. Yes, he has white privilege. White male privilege.
So if he was a black president, you don't think it would happen?
A black president would not be elected if they had any of this. Let's just be clear.
So
or
if they
women,
go ahead.
I mean, listen, Barack Obama. Listen. You have to. Yeah.
I just had to ask. I get it. And by the way, folks, hang on a second. By the way, folks, if you favor this type of dialogue, I do have to ask. Subscribe to the program for my YouTube horizontal and vertical, and follow the program on TikTok Monday through Friday. It's when you'll find us. Keep going. So a black president would have never gotten this kind of leeway.
I'm not going to joke about it. To be, and God, I don't like saying this out loud, but I don't want to get banned again. But
well, before you say it, Santana in the comments tells you to keep playing the race card, and the Democrats are not going to win in 2028 either. So he's saying that plain victimhood, talking about racism, is what's costing Democrats elections.
I'm not claiming victimhood. Donald Trump is claiming victimhood. Actually, he's constantly he's a whiny bitch. I'm sorry. Bro, my kids don't whine as much as this guy does about their punishment.
Damn.
It's ridiculous. So no, it's not the race card. He's just a whiny, rich brat.
Damn. Well, I
And at the end of the day, there are people, whether they be females and have ovaries, or LGBTQ, or black men, whatever. Yes, we have to be squeaky clean. And squeaky clean still doesn't beat a whiny Caucasian brat.
I don't know, though. Do you think that it's simply because he was white, or is it something special about Trump? Maybe they like him as opposed to liking a white dude. Is it not possible because it's actually him?
Listen, I don't think any of the judges actually like him. I don't think anybody actually likes him. I think that, I don't think anybody actually genuinely is like, oh, yeah, Donald's a great guy. He's my best friend. No, I don't think that's happening.
Well, a lot of people say it. There's a lot of people who say Trump is a great guy.
Of course they do, because they want to be in his,
In his company.
happy,
Yeah.
in his company, and I get that. It's kind of like now Trump had nothing nice to say about Elon Musk, but now he's saying all these nice things, and guess what? Because Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, and of course you want his company, and of course you want his backing. Because he helped you win the election. $450 million will win an election.
Yeah. There's no denying that I believe that Elon bought his way into the upper echelons of U.S. politics. He literally showed the world that U.S. politics are for sale. I mean, by donating all that money to Trump, he secured a place. And I think the problem is that he's also shown, well, I think a lot of the world knew this already though, but Trump rewards flatterers. So he's shown the rest of if you're flattery to Trump, if you speak favorably of him, kind of kiss the ring, you can get in his good graces. And you can even do that if you're somebody from another country. So my guess is go ahead.
That to me doesn't show strength. It just shows that you have a very low self-esteem. And as long as people are pumping you up, you're going to be their friends.
Yeah.
Because the moment any of these people are like, blah blah blah, he'll throw him under the bus. So he's all about flattery. Yes, he has a low self-esteem because he never. I mean, I think he got what he's been lucky.
He's got to be one of the luckiest men on earth. And real quick, I see Gen X, you said LGBTQ ain't about shit. I don't know what made you say that, but I did see that. So, but I do agree.
Okay. Well, but LGBT people are still here. People of color and women are still here. You can't just say we don't mean anything and we aren't about anything, because we do represent. I mean, I'm not LGBTQ, but I have friends that are, and I am obviously
an ally.
An ally,
Yeah.
and I'm also a female of color, and so you can't say people aren't shit, because we actually live and we have thoughts and opinions, and we vote, and we do matter. So to say that we're not shit or it's not going to work, because
Not going to work. It seems to be working right now. Trump is doing very well. I think the transgender portion of our society are going to damn near fuck around and disappear in certain places. It ain't going to be safe to be them by the time we're over with.
Listen, Tim, you and I are old enough to know, you and I are both Gen X, to know that trans people have been around since before trans people have come out, just the same as gays and lesbians. It's not anything new. I don't know why the Republican Party wants to just decide that all of a sudden this is a brand new thing. Like, they drank the water with the fluoride, and all of a sudden people become, trans. That's not it. It's been around for, I mean, geez.
Can you drink? You said they believe you can drink water and it'll make you. Didn't somebody?
That's a joke. It's more of a joke. I was making a joke.
Oh my God.
Real. Yeah. The very first trans hospital was founded in 1908. It's either 1906 or 1908, and it was in Germany. So, this has been around, to help people transition into a different side. This isn't new. It's been around. It's kind of like, this, I don't understand why. It's not like all of a sudden, bell bottoms are back again, right? Like, or flared pants, or platform shoes, or big collars, which, Melania is sporting that big collar from 1970 again. This isn't fashion. It's just real life. So it's not a trend to have, gender dysmorphia. I don't think any kid or human would wish that upon anybody else. I think the trend is making it seem like it's so drastic and so out there and so popular That's the trend, and it's not because
Well, they feel that exposing children to LGBT issues will encourage or give the child an incentive to become an LGBT member themselves.
Okay, so let's put that in perspective. Let's say hanging out with black people is going to incentivize, oh, sorry, there's a baby goat. Okay, incentivize white children into dating people that are outside their race.
They believe that too.
Exactly. Listen, my boys, my two boys go to school with people of all different things. I can tell you, nothing is going to convince my 8th grader, almost 15, to become gay or a female.
Yeah.
You are or you aren't, and they know better. Both of my kids are like, I respect those people that do, but it's not me, and they're fine with that. Like, no, you either are or you aren't. It's not like,
well, but when you say you either are or you aren't, you understand a lot of folks on the right do not believe that God makes mistakes or that you can be born LGBTQ. You have to actually have something influence you once you were born to switch over. Like, you're hanging around the wrong. Go ahead.
And that's you believing that God makes mistakes. And that would mean that those people are a mistake. And no, God does not make mistakes, which means they're here for a reason, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
And they have they have just as many rights to love, live, and enjoy, their 365 days out of the year for however many years they live, just as much as any heterosexual or single cat lady or, single dog man, whatever. We all have the same, it's called free will. They speak about it in the Bible. And, no.
That's why that's why I'm not very religious anymore, because some of this stuff makes no sense. But Arsha, I do got to move it on. Forever C10, yeah! Appreciate that mustache.
So I'm gonna leave it on one thing. Thank you, George W., for belly slapping Obama and reminding us of how funny you are, maybe not as a president, but as a human. And good for you, Karen. Not Karen Pence, sorry.
Oh, for not shaking Trump's hand.
The hand of the man that tried to get your husband unalived.
Yeah, but how does that make Mike Pence? To me, Mike Pence looked weak as hell because you're right. Trump treated Mike Pence like shit. For him to be out there doing that, he made Mike Pence look like a simp, in my opinion.
I 100% agree. However, I think that the next day, probably tomorrow, that Karen and Mike had a deep dive discussion of why are you such a pussy, bro?
Yeah, like next time we hear a knock in the night, give me the gun. I'll go check on this shit. You keep your ass in bed. I gotta move it on, Arsha. Thank you.
All right. Always good talking to you. Happy Friday.
Much love to you. Have a good weekend. All right, appreciate that. Thank you. Looking in the comments though, the stare he gave him was cool. Yeah, to me, Mike, because Trump would have never ever shook Mike Pence's hand if the situation was reversed. Like, fuck him. I mean, after doing something like that, the January 6th hearings, which I know my MAGA side of the out do not give any credibility to, but one of the things that came out is that when Trump was told that they wanted to unalive, I hate using that word, but when they wanted to unalive Mike Pence, he said maybe he deserved it for not, doing what was right by the election. This dude did not care about you at all. Up to and including you could have possibly, even if you could have possibly died, it was not much of his concern. And you up here shaking his hand on that, yeah. I could see why his wife acted that way. And of course, Michelle Obama was like, fuck it, I ain't even coming. Michelle Obama was like, you ain't getting me on TV looking like that. And like I said, we can say whatever, but you know damn well Trump, if those situations would have been reversed, Trump wouldn't be on TV shaking those people's hands like that. So the next time MAGA says God is with Trump, Ask them, are you sure if it's good, is for a good or bad reason? Huh. It's a good question. Like I said, all of the greed and stuff like that, that doesn't, I don't know if God would be favorable to that stuff. That's why a lot of things I see, I'm like, I'm starting to see, even though I grew up very religious, I'm starting to see everything kind of more like a computer program where God or whatever deity we had designed everything to function, hit the enter button, and let it be. Like you could write a program that it turns your lights on at a certain time of day, it turns them off at a certain time of day, it waters the plants, it goes around and mows the floor. You got a Rumba. I mean, you could type of program, and now you could have a cat in the house promising that the Rumba won't start at 5 p.m. every day like it does because it scares them. But the prayers are not going to work. The Rumba is going to start and begin vacuuming the floor. It's on auto. This is how it's been set up. You could pray all you want. That stuff's not going to change. I think we've kind of entered an environment like that where I don't really believe anymore that prayers change what's going on. I think to me the school shootings is a perfect example. If prayer had any effect, that's a place where it would be effective. You don't want to have kids, young kids losing their lives. They ain't done nothing wrong. They're not. You don't punish them for sins at 5. But Sandy Hook happened anyway. You got 20 kindergartners lost their life. If praying could make a difference, that wouldn't have happened. So when I see stuff like that happen, I'm like, I think praying is more for personal comfort. I mean, it's like a kid that's afraid of being in a room at night, so he gets under a blanket so the burglars can't get to him. Obviously, if a burglar comes in the room, he can clearly see the shape of a human under the blanket, but the kid think it's working for him. So it's just personal comfort. It's not really going to shield you from the burglar, but it makes you feel better. I really starting to see that. Is that it's personal comfort. Now in the comments, Bake Boss says, "Are you saying that God isn't real?" I'm not 100% there because religion has been instilled in me so long because I used to want to be a pastor that I still do pray. Mainly because of the fear aspect of it. If you live your whole life and you don't do this, you're going to be punished eternally. All of religion is based on if you don't do this stuff, all kinds of bad shit is going to happen to you. So people always say, well, when it comes to Judgment Day, it's better to have lived your life according to God and he not exist than to have not lived your life according to God and he does. So I think a lot of folks are religious not necessarily because they believe it or they feel it, but because they're scared to death. Because we teach this at a young age. So even as a kid, you're taught all this bad shit is going to happen to you. So that is instilled in you forever. I mean, that is the reason why now you got some schools pushing the Bible back on kids. Because they do realize, well, if we don't, you got to get this in them when they're young. But I mean, religion is about fear. I mean, the Bible is just riddled with promises of punishments. If you don't do right, people turning into piles of salt and burning eternally. I mean, it's bad shit. If you don't do it, bad shit is going to happen to you. So you're literally kind of scared into it as opposed to challenging it. Real quick, and that's just my take. Maybe some of you folks had a different take, but as I've gotten older and started questioning stuff, that's the conclusion I've come to. Did you know there were 13, 14 months and the new year starts in March, April before it was changed in 1795? That's a fun fact. No, I did not. That there used to be 13 or 14 months in the new year used to start in March or April before it was changed in 1795. Why did they change it? And obviously, if it's 13 or 14 months, that means the months had shorter days or something? That's interesting. All right, now you say correct, 1582 is when the calendar changed. No, I have never heard of that. That's a first. You must get in tune with God. Universe, talk to the creator. I'll go to the box, but that's what I used to always hear. When I would ask questions, I've been to, obviously Baptist, but then I started going to other churches asking questions. I was always taught to pray on it. What happens if you do that and you don't get an answer? Well, keep praying. Eventually, you start wondering if the answer is never going to come. Toria Collections, I think that says, good evening. Welcome to the program. Tim, you over 60,000. Thank you. Appreciate that for you folks that are tapping the screen. Shit, 70,000? He's like an auction. 60, 63, 63. Can I get 70? Tap the screen, get the likes up. Thank you for letting me know that. Okay, what is the name there? Toria?
It's Tori A. How you doing?
Tori. Good evening. I'm doing well. What brought you on tonight?
Well, you know, I'm in Iowa. I am a Democrat, lifelong Democrat. I support Harris, and I definitely am never going to be a Republican ever in life. I just would like to say that when people try to use the Bible, I think they forget that King James was bisexual.
Damn.
Okay.
Really?
So when people sit here and say anything about when people are out here being a part of the community, remember the person that rewrote and actually, well, didn't rewrite it, but he had them translated in English. He already was sleeping next to a man and a woman. Okay, so let's just be honest on that. What really pees me off is the fact they try to utilize the Bible as a weapon to be bigots.
Yeah, we know that's true, though. There's no way of denying that.
That is the issue that I have the most. And at the end of the day, I don't trust Trump as far as I could throw him because he's only focused really on himself and his own generational wealth. Something that my ancestors didn't have the privilege to have. But when it comes down to respect, I respect everybody until you show me otherwise. I have friends that are Republicans, but right now I feel like they need to fight for their party back because MAGA has completely took over their party. It's two different parties within itself, and I guarantee you this next 4 years, they're going to be fighting.
Well, maybe so, but regardless if MAGA took over their party or not, their party is winning. I think the Democrat Party has a lot more soul searching than the Republican Party do right now. We don't even have a leader. Who's the leader of the Democrat Party right now?
Okay, so let's be honest. The reason why he even won, quote unquote, because that's a quote unquote.
He won.
All right.
He did win.
The only reason why is because there are a lot of people that are uneducated into the government and think they know the government, and that's the reason why they voted for him because he has a personality. That's it. They literally do not know. If you talk to majority of the Republicans, especially down south, you talk to them about government, they literally are clueless on the things that they need to know about the government. So I feel like I'm just saying, not all, but some, right? What really needs to happen is Democrats need to start going to these rural states and talking to these people that really
I think that last part is more of action. I don't think it's that the Republicans were uneducated. I think it's that the Democrat Party has not been listening to the people you're talking about. The rural people, how they feel.
Look, Trump has been spewing misinformation for years.
Yeah.
And they are soaking it up like a sponge. No matter if we tell you that, hey, it's dark outside and it's black, and he tell you it's blue, they still don't believe it's blue outside.
Yeah.
That's how hard it is to tell them the truth, for them to actually soak up the actual knowledge that we're trying to give them. Now, if they don't want to pick up a book, which Trump does not know how to read, then you're going to find that out real soon here.
Why do you say, wait, this guy is super successful, part of the 1%. Why do you say he doesn't know how to read?
Does he read? The problem is, that's the whole point. He has not yet pick up a book to understand government.
What?
If he did, he wouldn't have tried to pick all these crazy people up in his cabinet. Okay, he doesn't even understand economics, and he was supposed to have went to school for it back in the day. So how are you gonna sit here and try to tell people about economics, and you are misquoting on what economics actually is, and the tariffs, and you went to school for it? How embarrassing!
But wait a minute, but Torier, I gotta push back. This is Paul Smith in the comments. He's asking, how could you even give knowledge when you cannot admit the failures of the last 4 years? So he's saying that, how can you be criticizing Trump when Biden did such a bad job in his opinion?
He didn't do a bad job. The thing is now, just like he did what Trump did for Obama, the first 2 years was Obama's economy, and all the accomplishments from Obama he reaped from, and he didn't really have to do anything. He's going to do the same exact thing for the first 2 years. He ain't going to do a damn thing because Biden's policies kick in for the first 2 years. Let's see what's going to happen when Congress has to sit here and regulate on what he does and if he can actually
But do you
govern, if they can actually govern.
But do you not see some legitimate complaints from folks that supported Trump, like the border and things? Do you not see any legitimacy to any of that stuff?
The border it would have been fixed if they would have been actually governing in Congress. We have Republicans that always want to shut down damn bills when Democrats are in power, and then when the Republicans are in, I just don't agree with the back and forth.
So you don't fault
policies that you want to do and actually pass some bills. They were not passing bills.
So you don't fault. Well, first of all, if you're president, it's your job to bring those entities together to pass bills. That you're the leader. You're supposed to.
And he didn't. And you know, for the 4 years that Trump was in office, how many bills did he actually pass?
I'm not giving Trump a pass. Yeah, I'm not giving Trump a pass, but I'm saying that you think that his administration was a successful administration.
Yes, the CHIPS Act, the PACT Act. We have the fact that the infrastructure bill, the fact that he lowered prescription drugs. He actually helped get rid of some of the student loan debt. Yes, I feel like he actually did a lot. But he doesn't go out and brag about it like Trump tries to brag about everything, little thing that he does. The problem is they like to gloat too much. How about you not talk and actually show some proof of actually doing something positive for the American people other than the rich?
Because the gloating is what people are looking for. I mean, I hear your point, and I agree with that part, but the gloating is speaking to people in a language they can clearly understand. People ain't gonna be going on the internet looking up CHIPS Act if they ain't dealing with chips, or the infrastructure bill if they're not concerned with infrastructure. I mean, you're doing stuff, but if you don't tell them to their face that this is what I did for you, you might as well have not even done it. Trump was bragging about things that he did and even things he didn't do, but he was out there talking to the people.
Majority of the time, I'm sorry not to cut you off, but he was lying majority of the time. That's the problem. And what I think Biden didn't do was, like I said, he didn't really bolster the stuff that he was doing like that. He showed people they did stuff, but he wasn't bragging about it. You see what I'm saying?
People like to brag.
We need to do, as Democrats, we really do need to work on our messaging. We need to actually go down to these rural states and actually focus on really educating these people and letting them know, hey, look, if they start messing with your Social Security, if they start messing with the VA healthcare, this is going to affect you. If they don't listen, if you don't put this in their type of language, because even if, I'm from Iowa, so I'm pretty diverse, right? But when you go down south, my mom in Alabama right now, they are behind on a lot of things.
Yeah, I believe
right?
that.
Especially education.
Yeah.
So if we don't really buckle down and try to get them to understand, hey, look, you put us in this situation, or you need to listen to what they're saying, and not just because the person's funny. Look at what he's already done, and he just got elected.
But let me ask you, but Tori,
since he got elected.
But Tori, let me ask you, did Trump really? What do you think of Trump's first term? Was it not successful?
It was not successful. The first 2 years, like I said, he basically was golfing all the time. He didn't have to do much because Obama basically gave him a good economy. Only time he actually had to do some work is once COVID hit, and then he dismantled the COVID response team. And then he didn't trust Fauci, and he was bashing him to the public. He was late on everything. He completely did not do his job whatsoever. And when it was time for him to govern, when it was time for him to actually pass anything, the only thing he passed was a permanent tax cut for the rich and a temporary tax cut for us. Like right now, we're still under Trump's tax laws until, sometime this year?
He might extend it.
If he does, they've been complaining. Yeah. They've been complaining about not affording it. He already said he reneged on the fact that he said he was going to lower grocery prices and gas prices.
Before I move it on from me, let me just ask you one question. Are you at least wishing the best for this man? Because it does, our country depends on, are you wishing the best are you hoping that he is successful as a president?
Let me tell you something. There was a guy that I had watched say that his friend used to work for Trump, Trump owed him a couple $1 million.
Damn.
After he got done exhausting himself in court trying to sue him, he only got $100 and something thousand to pay off his employees. Once he paid off his employees, he went home and he unalived himself.
Damn.
So no, I don't wish best for him. I want him out of of there. And if Congress, they actually really need to do their job. And if he does something messed up, they need to not just impeach him, they need to remove him. That goes for J.D. Vance too.
You got a long road ahead of you, Torier. 4 years gonna be a long time. I gotta move it on. Thank you. First time talking?
Yes, it is. And you know what? If you want me to come back, I will.
I do. Wide open to you. Come on, my door's always open. Good talk. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, bye.
All right. Wow. So she is saying, indeed, I am not wishing the best for the president. And listen, I'm going to be clear about this. Some folks may not favor her saying that, but there's no denying that there was a hell of a lot of folks on the right that was not wishing the best for Biden as well. So this does happen. I mean, remember, if you thought he stole the election, you're not wishing the best for him. So let's not pretend that only the liberals are saying things like that. I am wishing the best for whoever leads this country, because if they fail, we fail. So why would I don't want to wish for anybody to fail. Now, what she said was pretty passionate, though, that he ripped somebody off so bad and destroyed the person's company, they went home and killed themselves. I mean, I've never heard that story, but I can understand her passion at hearing some shit like that. But I do believe you should wish the best for your leader, because if your leader fails, so do you. So I'll leave it at that. He's going to rob us. Says just for laughs. You think Trump is going to rob us? The guy's a billionaire. Damn, he gonna rob us. Problem is Biden isn't leading the country. Says MAGA reacts. Well, I believe he was leading the country. He just was leading the country in the direction you did not favor. He was leading the country. I just feel sorry for Biden because I think he's a puppet. Well, in regards to whether Biden is a puppet or not, I'll say a couple of things. First of all, people say every president is a puppet. Obama was a puppet to the Clintons. You know, I don't know who. Bill Clinton was a puppet to his wife at the time. You know, the Bushes were a puppet to Dick Cheney. They said that about every president. Now, Trump, they did not say he was a puppet to anyone. Well, Putin, I guess they would have said, or China. But now, I'm going to say that there might be a little puppeteering to Elon Musk, because Elon Musk bought his position. Elon Musk is no great person that just deserved to be where he's at. That 450 FIDDY, that 450 million he gave, or whatever it was to Trump, is the reason he's there. Can I get 70 on the likes? Tap the screen, make that happen. By the way, if you guys favor this type of open dialogue from all sides of the aisle, we go left of Bernie Sanders, so I'm having a dinner with Q. We are indeed MAGA friendly, always have been, always will be. If you favor this type of dialogue, follow the program. For my TikTok viewers, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. Share the live occasionally. I ask that. Monday through Friday. Monday through Friday is when you'll find us. Looking at problem is Biden. Okay, I saw that. Yes, he is, and we need to support the smartest man in the world. Who the hell is that? Aaron Schmidt, that is not the true. She would bring joy and peace and honesty and dignity to this country. She'd bring us together. She'd actually teach you something better than Trump can't teach you at all. Damn, you're talking about Kamala Harris going to do all of that? Wow. Well, we definitely missed a good one if that's the case. Tim, you never heard that I got a friend that had a friend of a friend Trump story? Yes, I have. Everybody's got a black friend. Right, because she did such a great job as vice president. Paul, before I go to my next caller, here's what I don't get about that in regards to Kamala Harris. Everybody, well, she didn't do shit as vice president. A lot of folks believe that Trump was one of the best presidents we've had in their lifetime. And they're not bragging about what Pence did under his watch. The vice president is not known for doing much. I mean, the same people who are criticizing Kamala Harris for not doing much as VP are not giving Mike Pence credit for shit. So in other words, you're admitting that the vice president doesn't do much. Why is Kamala Harris expected to have achieved so much? Give me a laundry list of all the shit Mike Pence accomplished, or Al Gore, or or who the hell was George Bush's VP? Why is that? Dick Cheney. Give me a laundry list of all of the companies. None of them do much as VP. Your job is to shake hands, kiss babies, and be there if somebody gets shot. That's really it. VPs ain't known for accomplishing a lot. King Finn, she actually did more than the average VP, says Travelman. like I said, they're not known for these huge laundry lists of accomplishments. No VP is. At least none that I'm aware of. I brought up a different guess. Elon Musk owns 10% of Tesla. Blame BlackRock. By the time Elon Musk is done, Elon Musk is replacing NASA. I mean, they've pretty much outsourced NASA to Elon Musk. Elon Musk is gonna make a ton of money while working for the Trump administration. And because of how they brought him in, where he's not elected but appointed, he can continue making a ton of money while being part of the Trump administration. So Elon Musk is on a major get paid mission. I mean, he's gonna make a lot of money. And make no mistake about it, a lot of folks that are orbiting around Trump are doing so because they're gonna make a lot of money. Suddenly, Jeff Bezos of Amazon pops up. Mark Zuckerberg is on TV doing what Trump wants, wearing a $900,000 watch. Mark Zuckerberg talking about how Facebook is going to be uncensored on TV with a watch that costs $900,000. These rich fucks, you really think they're going to be helping us out? Maybe Trump might have something in store for the average man, but these people hanging around him no, I don't see it. I don't see the history in America of billionaires being concerned about the average person. Not many of them at all I can think of. And these people are flocking around this dude. Hopefully he can get that under control, but billionaires don't tend to be focused on the average working man. Billionaires tend to be focused on the next digit. Blue states are the same color as Israel. What the hell does that mean? I think the Secretary of State does more than the VP. Yeah, they do. The VP is not known for doing that much. Like I said, people keep asking what did Kamala Harris do while not giving Mike Pence credit for anything. And they're talking about how great Trump was. So they're admitting his VP didn't do much. I haven't heard anybody bragging about how great Mike Pence. I mean, they're talking about the dude was a rhino and that he should have been hung. They're not celebrating that guy. Putin, a Trump's puppet and mentor, just go and watch documentaries on how Putin got into power, learn something. Well, Putin got into power. What was he, the head of the KGB or something like that? Some would say that Putin is smarter than Trump. We'll see. We certainly will see on that. Real quick in the comments. And Trump ain't no different. Trump's university, baby, that's where all his supporters need to go to Trump University. You getting a repayment is the people's tax money giving you your money. The student loan thing is more or less a bankruptcy. No one pays for that. That bill just goes away. The problem with the student loan thing is, I think that's one reason why you got Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy talking about we still need to keep the H-1B or whatever those visas are. Until America starts focusing and valuing education, we're going to always need to import people. Because we're not just importing farmers and people to pick crops. We're also importing surgeons and people at the upper and engineers and shit too. We don't place a heavy emphasis on education. We leave it, it's optional. Pay your own damn college bill. Anytime you make something optional, people are going to opt out of doing it. You got to focus. Most of the countries we import educated immigrants from, they have a heavy focus on education. The only way you're going to eliminate that is for America to start focusing more on education. Now, Trump is promising to get rid of the Department of Education. I don't see how that's going to be beneficial, but we'll see. He's more focused on getting rid of government waste financially. He's a businessman. So all his focus is on money. It ain't on people. His focus is on money. We'll see how that works. Put him in prison to show he had power so other rich people would pay him and do his bidding. Yikes. Trump says get rid of the Department of Education. Yeah, he's talking about getting rid of the Department of Education. I'm not a fan of that because of the history of this country. When you get rid of the federal government and start doing things at a states' rights level and things like that, certain people start getting left out. I know for a fact if we only went by, if people had actual control over where their tax money went, black schools would not be in that category. I mean, that's how it used to be. where you're not going to get any resources. The teachers aren't going to get paid shit. The textbooks are going to be old. Without the Department of Education, I don't see any decent future in store for people of color in that environment. I just don't. I don't know what he's going to replace it with, but I do not believe that if you get rid of the Department of Education, the educational facilities where people of color are getting their education will improve. I think it will get worse. I think it will get a lot worse. I want to be wrong on that. I don't think I am. Looking in the comments though, they want to keep the dumb wait a minute. They want to keep the dumb the way they are. Some people benefit from that. Beastly Gamer says, please, how can I call in? I'd love to give a rebuttal to that woman's leftist nonsense. Beastly, we're on TikTok. That's where you're hearing the callers from. You come on, I'll bring you up immediately, but you have to be on TikTok I haven't figured out how to make YouTube. I've put the program on Instagram a few times, but I don't know if I can take callers on Instagram. I know my MAGA audience is primarily on YouTube, and I really want to talk to a hell of a lot more of them, but MAGA are not big fans of the Chinese TikTok. So until I've created a Rumble account, the Handsome Liberal on Rumble, if you will. I need more followers on there before I can do live. I know there's a lot of folks on the right on Rumble, but I am trying to find other ways. I'm not just trying to deliberately take one side of the aisle. But TikTok is where we started, and there's far more left-leaning individuals on TikTok than there are to the right. But we don't run from anyone. We let everybody speak. And thank you, Beastly Gamer, for that. Talking about what World War II women, you guys are talking among each other in here. I don't have TikTok, Beastly. Yeah, and that's the problem. That's kind of what it is a lot of folks on the right do not use TikTok. But TikTok allows me to take the callers and do it like this. The other apps don't. So maybe if the Supreme Court gets rid of TikTok, with Trump and Elon being huge owners of social media platforms, shit, they may create something to replace it. I wouldn't be surprised if they're thinking about doing that. I mean, they got all the power in DC. They could literally let TikTok go under and just replace it themselves and make a fortune. It ain't a lot stopping them from doing it. So we'll see how that works. Tim, Discord will work. I heard somebody else tell me about Discord. Can you do that from a mobile device? Because a lot of my lives are actually on the go. I've done lives on cruise ships in Vegas, and I've been all over I've done them everywhere. I want to be able to do a live where you can do it from a mobile device. You don't have to have a laptop or a webcam or all that other shit, because when I'm mobile, I can't do all of that. But I've heard people say Discord before, and I'll have to look into it. If you can do it from Discord, I have to look into it. Because I'll go wherever MAGA is, be honest with you. I'm asking the Lord to bless me with multi-billions so I can give it all away to people in need. And I know it's coming my way. Pastor Dom Tucson, Arizona, keep doing what you're doing and God will bless you. All right, appreciate it. Discord only for calls. If I can figure out Discord, I'll gladly do Discord, by the way. Why Democrat states support Republican states since they are so, why Democrat states support Republican states since they are so rich? I don't understand that question, Tourier. Why Democrat states support Republican states? Yeah, I don't understand that. Maybe you didn't word it right or something. We all should appreciate what Elon did with Twitter and the Twitter file. No, if you want to get Elon Musk credit for proving that Twitter was banning free speech or something like that, okay, I can work with that. But I draw the line at that. Because Twitter leaned left, was placing, blocks on speech that they didn't like. Some might say woke or whatever term you want to use. Elon comes along, and the reason I don't give him credit, other than pointing it out, I give him credit for that, but that's why I limit it. You know why? Because all Elon did is took a site that was leaning way left and made it a site leaning way right. All he did was reversed it. He did not make Twitter or whatever, X, whatever it's called now. It's just a far right site now. And he's on the site giving credit to people from far right causes and shit like that. He's on there. Elon says things that are not true. I mean, I don't know. He's kind of like a mini Trump. But Elon Musk is far right. To me, Elon Musk, he took the site and just made it. It's like going from MSNBC to Fox News. It's the same thing, just in reverse. That's the way I see it. I mean, I see it. And what I don't understand also is that we don't like a lot of LGBT shit, and some of these other things been accessible, but it's okay when far right stuff. I mean, because that's all what Elon Musk is allowing on Twitter. It's mostly stuff that leans far right that we would criticize if it was far left. I mean, just imagine a bunch of drag queens or some shit like that on the site. You'd have a problem with it. I mean, he just made it far right, in my opinion. Some disagree, but I'll leave it at that. Your claim is based on feelings. They released actually charts. Okay, all right. Then I'll take that. My claim is on feelings, but my feelings suggest that Elon Musk just made X and most of the people on X now should demonstrate that. I mean, the Twitter site, a lot of the people on the left, a lot of people using Twitter lean left, and the right were the primary people complaining. Now that Elon is taking over, most of the people on X lean right, and the left people are complaining. He literally just flipped it over. That's all he did. I mean, he literally just flipped it from the one side to the other. Big Dog, yeah! Appreciate the hat mustache. Looking in the box, King Finn has been holding on there. King Finn, good evening. Welcome to the program. Republicans praise the wealthy, but they are still poor. Yeah. I agree with that, Torier.
Your box is full of MAGA people tonight, huh? So your topic must be good. So
Well,
what's your first topic?
well, the first topic is
Untouchable,
the
huh?
first topic is
Is
that
he
Trump.
untouchable?
Yeah, he appears to be untouchable. The guy goes from 91 indictments down to 88 indictments, down to 34 felonies, down to 0 punishment. How does he pull that off?
People like money. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, because I know for a fact if it was me or you, we've been in jail already.
Yeah,
We only got one felony. We've been up under the jail. Probably have a needle in our arm, to be honest with you.
Damn.
So I couldn't tell you. You know what I'm saying? I mean, for me, it's sickening that people keep letting the giant Cheeto ruin their world. But I'm not gonna go into TDS today. All I'm gonna say to you is there are some very valid points that I've heard in the last couple minutes. Like the young lady that came up and y'all been dogging her in the comments. I really don't give a shit if you dog me because I can take it. But she has a Toria.
Torier.
Torier. She does have a very, very good point. Why is it like right now, nobody is calling out to California. Nobody's calling. None of those red states are calling to California to send them money, even though they have a gigantic ass wildfire going on. And nobody's going to give them any help because California is a Democrat state. But when Florida goes through some type of serious hurricane, Lord knows I don't want it to happen. Everybody, what's his name? What's my man's name? Not Ted Cruz. Is it Ted Cruz? I think it is Ted Cruz.
What about
the governor? He calling every damn state trying to get some money. Mississippi is one of the literally.
Well, wait, let me push back. Hold on, let me push back and say this: the people in California that having their house, they are well off people. Though these are not poor people.
They are. So yeah, okay, but what does that have to do with the fact? What does that have to do with the fact that that state needs help?
I'm just telling you, people gonna be more eager to rush. You look at the people that were ousted by the hurricane in North Carolina, and then you look at the people that have lost their houses in California. There's a huge difference. I mean, some of these people that might have been their second or third home. I mean, it's going to be a difference in how people treat it.
Okay, well, Flint had clean water in the last 10, 12 years.
Yeah, that's different.
I don't see nobody rushing up to Flint.
Well,
Mississippi ain't got clean water. Mississippi ain't got clean water. Jackson ain't got clean water. I don't see nobody rushing up there. Ain't nobody rushing to help them, is they? No, they're not. So let's stop playing about it because it's all about the damn dollar bill. You're right. A lot of those houses in California are from people who own 4 and 5 homes. Big stars, Hollywood people. Yeah, they do got enough money, but you know what's going to stop them? Who's going to pay for that construction? Like you were asking earlier.
Yes.
Who's going to pay for that construction? Because the mass deportation is going to knock out all the Mexicans that's going to go work in houses. So where all is this construction go?
My guess is the mass.
Part of that league of black jobs.
Yeah, my guess is the mass deportations are going to stop at criminal immigrants. When it comes to just getting rid of people who are here on an undocumented status, that's not going to go as far because there's a lot of criminals. You can deport criminals and not have to rush and get to these other, like get to grandma, somebody that's been here for 20 years. You don't really need to do that yet. And I will say
That's
what
not what
I
he's
said.
saying.
What I said exactly, the point earlier I made is that there are so many homes. They need to, everybody gonna be rushing to Southern California. Construction companies, building material, everybody's gonna be going there to make money. And yeah, you're right. Hispanics are the ones that rebuild all those homes. You can't do a largest deportation in history when you got thousands of homes that need to be built. It ain't gonna happen.
And I just want to add to that, he's not saying that. Did he say we only going to deport people with criminal records? No, he didn't. His words were the largest mass deportation.
Yeah.
So grandma ass gone too. Let's stop playing, okay?
Yeah, but you can
He
only
didn't
do
say,
so
oh,
much.
we're
Yeah,
just gonna-
I
just
think
gonna-
I think it's the difference between what you want to do and what you can. Or you can only get rid of so many people in 4 years.
Hey, I'm going on what he says. I'm not going on what we think. Because that's just like that damn health plan. It's been almost 10 years and he still only has a concept of a health plan. His concepts ain't what we talking about. We talking about what he's saying, what he gonna do. I don't want to talk about what he's saying no more because everybody's gonna explain that shit away. Let's not talk about what he's saying. Let's talk about what he's going to do.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
I'm telling
before
you.
you come to me and say, oh, this is what Trump was saying. No, I don't want to hear about what he's saying. Because one thing Biden does do is he might fuck up some words, he might stutter do some shit, but he's still doing it. Because when he said he was going to elect all them black judges, what did he do?
Yeah.
He did that. When he said he was going to bring down the cost of medicine, what did he do? He did that.
But
Okay?
but
It's not what you say you're going to do. He
But you got it. If all of that is true, then I have to push back and say, then why did Trump win? Because when Trump said he was going to win, he did that. I mean, so why did Trump win?
Right. Because he poisoned the minds of 1 million Mexican people and told them this is going to be what happens to you. He poisoned the mind of all the white people and said, hey, they're taking your jobs. They're taking the black jobs. They're taking the men's jobs. And then he came right to the black community and said, y'all gonna let a woman run y'all country? And all the masochistic dumbasses walked right into the voting booth and said, no, this black woman is not enough. No, this black woman is not good enough. Because that's what that is.
No. And real quick, before you continue, Kingfin, I know on YouTube, you guys asking why is the video reversed? I don't know how to mirror that on YouTube. For some reason, once we get done with the lives, all my lives remain on YouTube. And for some reason, YouTube switches them around when they're archived. I don't know. There is no, on TikTok, you can mirror the video. There's a button there. It doesn't exist on YouTube. So somebody said, why is this mofo video reversed? I have never been able to figure out during a live stream how to change that. So that's why the mofo's video is reversed, is because there's no way to flip it on YouTube Live. So thank you for that. So you
Hey,
go ahead.
I'm gonna say, wait a minute, hold on. I'm gonna say something right here to Santana because I see him talking shit in the comments, talking about he quit working in healthcare because of how bad the ACA is. That's funny because your boy Trump said, "Oh yeah, I would change the ACA if it wasn't so bad. I would get it out of there as soon as I could, but it's good and it's working. So obviously it's not that damn bad, is it?"
Yeah, if Trump tried to change.
Obamacare, yeah, they want to sit up and talk shit about the ACA, quote unquote Obamacare, but it's probably saved your damn life more times than you can remember.
Yeah. If Trump tried to change the ACA right now, he would have a lot of problems because there's a hell of a lot. I know MAGA folks that say I didn't vote for Obama and I didn't like him, but I got a friend that tells me all the time the ACA saved his life. Like, the making his chemotherapy and the drugs cheaper and affordable. I mean, I know a Trump supporter that say that the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare saved his life. So if they start talking about getting rid of, if he repeals Obamacare but doesn't replace it with something that is equal, you'd have a lot of Trump supporters like, I needed that.
Who said he's gonna replace it? That's what I want. That's the question I keep asking. Earlier, you said some shit that's like about the Department of Education. Oh, he said he's gonna get rid of it. Who told y'all he's gonna replace it? He's not trying to help nobody, man.
Well, he hasn't talked about replacing the Department of Education, but he did say he was going to replace Obamacare, repeal and replace. He did say that.
Yeah, well, what are you going to replace it with? Because I don't hear that bullshit about a concept.
No.
I want to
And that's
shit
what's probably
replaced.
going to happen. What in my opinion, I think it would go like you're saying. They would just repeal it, and you would have none. I think what'll happen is he'll repeal it, and after 4 years, he'll say, "I didn't have time to replace it," or the Democrats stopped me, or whatever, and then you'd walk away with nothing. I could see that possibly
Exactly.
happening. Yeah, they stopped us, or they
I'm
wouldn't let
not.
us do it.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. The ACA has helped me and a lot of other people. Any
Yeah.
person that's a diabetic, you need to shut your fucking mouth about the ACA. Shut the fuck up. Any person that's a diabetic, shut the fuck up about Biden. Shut the fuck up about Kamala, because that shit helped you. Because motherfuckers is out here getting raped for insulin. My son is a type 2 or type 1 diabetic. My father-in-law is a type 2 diabetic. They was out here getting raped for insulin. $400 a vial. So shut the fuck up. If you sit up talking about something about the ACA, insulin, the price of Medicare, any of that shit, shut the fuck up. Because you're talking shit and you don't know what you're talking about. Stop playing stop being a Bojangles ass Uncle Ruckus ass motherfucker. Because motherfuckers don't know what they're talking about. Unless you out here actually living it, you need to shut the fuck up. Period.
Well, it's just like when Obamacare was coming through, and people were like, "I'm young, I'm healthy, I can afford." A lot of this stuff you don't realize. A lot of times when people are shooting this stuff down, you don't realize later on you may need this. Like a lot of young people didn't want to contribute to Obamacare. They young. Well, you run out here and get hit by a bus, and you certainly realize you can't afford to cover yourself. I mean, so they're not thinking ahead. They're thinking based on now. But any of us could just drop, really ill at any given time. That's because the sun ain't always gonna shine. So you need to have insurance, which is, Affordable Care Act is kind of like that, so that if things tomorrow are not as good as they are today, yeah, go ahead.
Let me ask you this. So your boy put what's his name? RFK, your boy AKA Kermit the Frog, he put him in charge of the FDA, right?
Yeah.
So Kermit D. Frog is talking about repealing a whole bunch of shit like the FDA, the USDA, and all of that shit. So what's gonna happen with all these companies that pump us full of fake ass food? There's over, I don't know what the number is. I'm not even sit here and act like I really actually know what the number is. But there's a shit ton of over 300 ingredients that are not legal in other countries because it's not food. So what's gonna happen with that?
I don't
know what's
think.
gonna happen with that. Are we gonna allow
Yeah.
us to? Because that's where everybody's really actually getting sick from.
I don't think RFK is going to do everything he promised, because first, in my opinion, what RFK is promising would work a lot better in a liberal administration than Trump is in favor of states' rights, small government, the stuff that RFK wants to do. You need big government to force all of it. You're gonna be telling companies what they can and can't put in foods and things like that. You need big government intervention. You can't have a small, states' rights. We're gonna reduce regulations. That doesn't work for what you're promising. You're talking about increasing regulations. So, what RFK is promising, I cannot see him successfully meeting that. And Trump's administration goes exactly against what he's trying to do.
That sounds about right. So how is he gonna do it? That's what I'm
It's not going to happen.
And I'm gonna ask this: Where's JD Vance at? Where's Corbyn?
JD Vance turned into Elon Musk.
Oh, he turned into Melania. Okay.
Yeah, JD Vance has been replaced by Elon. He's Elon Musk in name only or something like that.
I'm wondering how is he able to chill at Mar-a-Lago like that? And Trump ain't making no money off of that. Like he's been a resident.
Who? Elon?
Of Mar-a-Lago.
Talking about Elon?
Melania been a resident. Melania Musk been a resident of Mar-a-Lago for almost 3-4 months now.
Yeah.
Since Trump won, since Trump won.
Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. Right off the bat. Elon can come hang out and can live in my house anytime. I ain't putting Elon out. Shit. I mean, when you got that kind of money, money can rub off of somebody that wealthy on you. Elon can hang out with me anytime.
If that's what you after, I'm good. I don't want this little frickle. I don't want this little rat.
You talking about a motherfucking? You talking about somebody who got $1/3 of $1 trillion? We can hang out. You can come hang out at the cookout. You gonna battle a barbecue, right?
Hang out with me. You can't come hang out with me because I end up then kick your ass. You lie too damn much.
No, you ain't gonna. You're not gonna hang out with a dude that's worth $1/3 of $1 trillion.
No.
Oh, man.
No, I don't want to kick it with Jeff Bezos. I don't want to kick it with Melania Trump.
No.
I don't want to kick it with none of them boys. I'm straight. Because, see, the first thing that's going to happen, and they can't come kick with my family neither. Because the first thing that's going to happen is we're going to start paying on each other, and then somebody going to catch feelings and be upset. And then it's an ass whooping coming. Because listen, I'm not holding nobody back. If you get your ass whooped around my family, you just get your ass whooped. I don't know what to tell you.
There's no way. Listen, I understand I don't like the man's politics, but you worth $1/3 $1 trillion. We hanging out. Surely you got to watch or something you don't give a damn about. You can have that. I'm hanging around that dude. Money from him can rub off on you. I mean, he can literally give you his couch change, and it can make a whole change. It can improve your life. I mean, I'm going to hang around him because something going to fall off of his ass.
If all I'm hanging around him for is money, then I really don't need to be hanging around him, dog. That's just real business.
All right.
I'm just saying.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but I'm hanging around Elon. I'm just going to tell you that. I'm hanging with Elon.
Oh, also, I want to tell you about that shit you was talking about earlier with the Bible. Now, a lot of people don't realize. I mean, like I said when I put it in the comments, man. I don't agree with your opinion, but I'm 100% okay to be okay with your opinion.
Okay.
You have questions. There's nothing wrong with that. A lot of people forget the fact that King James was a man. Not only was he bisexual, but he was translating that shit, and the people he had translated it from didn't know what they was talking about. The book, the Quran, the Bible, whatever book you want to call it, the Buddhism people, the book that shows you the limit to or the route to a higher power. The main lesson in that book is love. If you ain't got love for your fellow man or love for the woman that you love or love, period, then how the hell are you gonna move on? That's the real fucking message.
And we're talking about a world that was damn near founded by hate. I'm talking about all over the planet. I mean, hate is everywhere.
Exactly.
People calling
There's
themselves
also
Christians.
a very big passage in there, and that's why I hate when the MAGA people start that shit about the LGBTQ. Please forgive me because I'm not gonna get the shit right. I never do. But the alphabet, the alphabet folks,
LGBTQ,
Rainbow
yeah.
Coalition, whatever you want to call them. I'm sorry again. I apologize. I'm not being politically correct, but it's not me. It's not my ignorance. It's just I don't remember all that shit.
Right.
Another thing about them folks is why is it that y'all want to attack and judge them so much? If you're not doing that in your bedroom, what damn reason is it of yours to judge and fuck with them? They not messing with you. They want to do their own thing. Them folks that went down, the people that went down there and wanted to dress up and drag, go read a book to some folks. Your ass ain't taking off work to go do it. Why you mad at them? Because they want to. Oh, it's suggesting something else. No, it's not. Because if you tell your kid what the hell is going on and actually talk to your child and teach them something, they wouldn't have no problem with watching Misty of the Mystic Lake walk in 6'6" damn heels and fishnet stockings. If that's how they dress, because I haven't seen not one damn instance that somebody walked in provocatively dressed as a damn drag queen like that and was reading books. Most of the cases that I seen, they were dressed up. It was a man dressed up in drag, but he wasn't drag out like a stripper.
Yeah, I don't. Something. I'm gonna tell you right off the bat. I knew probably from the time I was at least 4 or 5, as far back as I can remember. I'm thinking about one of my mom's friends, when my mom had me in her hands, and her mom friend came in. They were getting dressed to go to a party. I'm like 5, I think if I can remember back far enough. This woman had big ass titties, and my mom is holding me, and I'm reaching. I knew from a very young man I like titties, and the idea that if you hang around gay people, it's gonna make you gay, which is what a lot of people on the right are saying. I think the same thing. I believe you're naturally born desiring, because a lot of women who have gay children will tell you, I knew he was gay from a little bit of boy. I mean, they already know. So I knew, like I said, the idea that you could bring gay people around kids and it's gonna turn them gay. I don't buy that. I just don't. I never believed that.
Man, yo, you see that in the comments? Your boy Truly Me said, all I'm gonna say is Catholic priest. I agree, because the Catholic priest. Now
I said, wait a minute. Hold on. I said being around gay people. Is not gonna turn you gay. I didn't say getting fucked by one. That's different. That's different.
I know that.
That's different.
I'm just saying.
Oh,
y'all, they all mad about, they all up in arms talking about hanging out with a gay person. I'm not gonna lie to you and say I got a best friend that's gay or no shit like that. I ain't got nothing against them though. We just ain't searching for the same
Yeah,
thing.
and I will say, and I will also say in regards to the Catholic priest thing is that once again, when you're using the power of God behind you, you need to suck this dick for God and all. I mean, that's different. I mean, that's different. That's different.
Man, you can't say that no more, man.
I'm just telling you.
Down, man. That's messed
I
up.
mean, I'm just telling you, the kingdom of heaven is right here through this urethra. I gotta move it on, though, King.
Bye, man. Have a good night.
All right. I'm telling you, that's how it works. You know, you got to do this for God. But I mean, yeah, that's different. I can see, these kids are impressionable. They believe that the priest has the direct connection with God and all of that, and the priest is telling you if you do this, the Lord is going to look down favorably on you. Just turn around. Yeah, that's something different. That's something different. MAGA needs to remember that Trump called Rudy in drag beautiful. That did happen. Rudolph Giuliani in drag, that absolutely happened. But I don't think they want to remember that. Anyhow, folks, the 71 thou, I do appreciate. I want the president to do right by this country. We all will fail. I agree with that, but I don't think trying to provoke liberal tears or waving around "fuck your feelings" to half of the constituency is making an attempt to do what's right. I just don't. We can talk about Biden or Harris or by Obama, any deflection you want, but at the end of the day, it does not change the fact that Trump is not running a presidency based on unity. He's running a presidency based on you did it first. I mean, if you do me wrong, I'm going to do you wrong back. I mean, he's not running a presidency based on unity. So I don't expect Trump to get unity at all during his presidency. Not to mention, both his predecessor and his successor, he treated them like shit. Talking about Obama preceding him and Biden succeeding him. He's been the last two Democratic presidents. Trump has trashed and treated them like shit. I just cannot imagine him getting unity in this country. But as I said, even if you want to rule from a united standpoint, you got to first make an effort to get everybody unified. And he's just not doing that. I don't think he's even concerned. Trump is looking at it like this. I won, nah. That's kind of how, he's not trying to, get to the top and unify everybody. He's getting to the top and going to brag about the people he defeated. You're not gonna get unity doing that, and that's kind of what he does. So we'll see what happens. But unity is you may get a good economy or things you favor out of Trump. You're not gonna get unity because he's not seeking unity. Anyhow, I appreciate the 71,000. Thank you, folks, for as always. Thank you if you favor dialogue from all sides of the aisle. You know what I always say, we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. We are MAGA friendly. We always will remain MAGA friendly. If you favor that, feel free to follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube, if you will. We will be on this weekend. Win show, Johnny 11. Appreciate that. Thank you for the accolade. Johnny be hitting me hard in the comments. Johnny's a friend of the program. He's MAGA. He be trashing me. You're always welcome on the program, Johnny. Thank you for the W there. Nevertheless, I will see you folks tomorrow. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Catch you later. Didn't know if I hit the right button there on TikTok. I got to check that Discord out too as well. So check that out. Thank you folks for tuning in.